Hey, pre-notification gang. Thanks to the resub bulls. Ugh. I got a case of the yawns. Thanks to the resub mountain. And the resub king. And toast. You seen the Flash movie has just hit the blockchain? Yeah. I saw. It's pretty desperate. Thanks to resub Ragnarok, Turquoise, Kyla, and Tier 2 Lizzie. And the gift sub Izuna. And the Prime Na. And the resub Hazel. And Brianna. A favorite Lego video game? Yeah. Lego The Hobbit. Because I speedran it. It was fun. Did not hear anything about that arrow. Thanks to the bits Kev and the Prime Rocky. And the resub Red. And the resub BMAC and Atrocious. And Theo. And Tier 1 Potato and the resub Zahi. And gift sub Izuna. New only up record. I saw. I did see that. Thanks to Prime Trooper. And the resub Zeb. Did I hear a tornado hit the Canadian capital city the other day? I did not. Is that like a first time ever kind of thing? Thanks to the resub Bunkers. Thanks to the bit Shuffle. And the resub Eldon. And Finka. Glad to hear you're enjoying it, Fates. Thanks to Tier 1 Tozu. And the resub Monsieur. Yeah, I'll try and avoid getting scammed tonight, but we'll see how she goes. Thanks to resub Irony. The gift sub Savage. And the resub Doink. Didn't even get the AC 130 last night. I know, I did not feel like going through the other like 20 fucking trucks. Is the Prime Chapo. And the resub. All. Yeah, we were talking about Exoprimal yesterday. Apparently it's not very good. The new Toho Godzilla film is getting a USA theater release in December. Is that -0 or -1 or whatever? I think it's a tier 1. Kai Watson. I think it's the resub Imbizic. How do you think the WGA SAG after strike will end? That's a good question, actually. I don't know. Because they obviously need money to survive, and it seems like they're more than content to wait all the way till Christmas without giving in to any demands. So I'm not sure. I hope they win, but I guess we'll see. Thanks the Prime Umbra. The resub Willow. And give sub Venom. And the resub Kobe and Queen. In blue. The Pinocchio horror game demo. What a crazy year for Pinocchio. That's like the 50th fucking game and movie off of Pinocchio this year alone. No, can't say I've seen it. What do you think was the worst AAA game of the last few years? Great question. There's been some incredible stinkers like Saints Row, for example, immediately pops into mind. I'd have to really think, though, which would be the absolute worst, because there's also Babylon's Fall. But I didn't hate Babylon's Fall nearly as much as I hated Saints Row. Gollum also up there, obviously, Redfall. Thanks for resub Sweaty K and Tier 1 Martian. You didn't play Babylon's Fall as much as Saints Row. That's true. Thanks for your sub-switch. Did you see the CNBC report about the 10 newly worst-ranked states? I saw that on Twitter, but it sounded like a bunch of baloney. Fucking California wasn't in the top 10. Are you out of your mind? California's gotta be somewhere in the top 10. I don't know who they polled, but the fact that California wasn't there makes it very clear that that list is absolute hogwash. What was the worst state? Texas, according to that list. These are some Schlong, Jesus, and Baud. And the resub Andrew. Not all of California is like LA. Brother, there's a fucking poop map for San Francisco. Like, it's not just the heart of LA. It's like all of California, and everywhere in California, as I understand it, is outrageously expensive to live. The cost of living in California is ridiculous. Thanks to the resub. AC, Andrew, and Tier 1 Wag in the gifts and the bits, Jack and Kappa. No, haven't seen it. And I've usually only heard good things about Texas because of the weather. So yeah, it makes sense. Thanks to resub, Obsidia and Underdog. Not exactly true. There are cheaper areas like anywhere else. Where? Here. What's like another big part of it? I mean, I guess if you go like in bumblefuck nowhere, California, I suppose. Okay, let's see what an apartment goes for in like San Diego. And see what like a starter 1-bedroom apartment in San Diego goes for. Let's take a peek. Because I already know in San Francisco and LA, it's good luck. Good fucking luck. But I don't know enough about San Diego. Thanks to the gift sub, Chapo. So I'm on Zillow for 1-bedroom California or San Diego, California apartments for rent. And so far, just scrolling down, even going like pretty outside of San Diego, like the heart of it, your lowest starter is 2.5K for an 850 square foot, or sorry, 750 square foot 1-bedroom apartment. And this is like on the very outskirts. Like I'm all the way over here by, what is this? Lemon Grove? Oh, here's one for 1900 and it's 600 square feet. Thanks to the bits, duck. What's a cheap spot in California? Let's start there. Because everything I know about California, in terms of the cost of living, it's unreasonable. Give me, like, what's a cheap area? Everyone's giving me something different, but I'm seeing a few Bakersfields. Let me see Bakersfield and see what a one-bedroom apartment goes for in Bakersfield, California. Why is Zillow not coming up? Oh, here we go. Okay. So in Bakersfield, let's see what we've got for 1-bedroom apartments. This is $1,620 for a 1-bedroom on the outskirts of Bakersfield. And it is... It's not giving me square footage. Why isn't... Is square footage like a surprise? Okay, let's go to a different one then. Oh, here we go. Going towards East Bakersfield. Here's one for 1.3K. This is actually 2-bed in 700 square feet. Oh, and here's another one for 1.4K. This is definitely a lot more reasonable than the other areas. Though it's still... that's still kind of fucking expensive. At least compared to the apartment I used to rent in Tampa. Oh, this one's actually not terrible. This one's $1,450 for 1,000 square foot, and this is 2-bed, 2-bath apartment. That's actually pretty decent. That's closer to La Cresta in Bakersfield. That's not bad. Thanks to resub Telonia, Mel, and the Prime Thornless, Vast, and the resub Silver. Bakersfield is horrifying. Is it? Is it like a bad area or something? Because that's actually a pretty good price there for that square footage. Some of these are still blatant scams. Like this one's 1.6K for like for like 600 square feet, one bed. But some of these are actually pretty decent. Check the Bakersfield poop map. Nah, I think that's an exclusively San Francisco thing. I can't imagine there's many poop maps. Holy shit, you're bang for... Oh my god. This is actually fucking solid. $9.95 for 900 square feet, 2 bed, 1 bath. Damn, Bakersfield kind of got some great options over here near Wilson Park. Alright, yeah, I guess there's a couple places in Cali that aren't impossible to live in. There's the Resub Samperino, Tushiro, Perky in the Prime, Never Alone. Oh, it's a VR game. The 3000th backroom game, cool. Thanks to the Resub Flog. And Mellowed. This is just driving through the suburbs. That's epic. Thanks, Resub Kaze. Okay, these are the ones we went over last night, so let's go down. I think I went too far. Here we go. Thanks, Resub Parzival. Resub Naked Snake. Looks like a boring walking simulator horror game. There's a Prime Bold in the Resub TK. Wow, this looks boring, holy shit. Thanks to Prime Dover and the Resub Bach. Pretty cool. I did not finish the farm game. I'm not doing another 16 fucking trucks. Thanks to the bits Twitch and the Resub Brandon. This looks dope. How? Nothing's happened. It's just the same generic walking simulator horror game. Flashlight in a forest, finds 5 pages, find X scavenger hunt items, and leave. Visually, though, the visuals look cool. They put effort into the appearance. It just looks really boring. These are some random moth and McMittens. What is this?
My name is Zane. Soft City.
I can't even see what the game is. That has to be the worst trailer ever made. Bar none. Holy shit. Things are some wrench and try harder. That did seem relaxing. It is just a story horror game. Cool name. Alright, this one might be fun bad. Let's give it a whirl. We'll see how she goes. How much is it? It's free. So at least there's that going for it. So I think it might be fun bad. How bad is Crime Boss? Oh, fucking horrible. Yeah, it was actually ridiculously bad. Man, what is going on with Steam right now? It keeps like pausing my download. Do you have faith in James Gunn DCU beating our Marvel? Our Marvel? Oh, do you mean beating out Marvel? Uh, Not really. But not that I think Marvel's doing super well either. I like James Gunn though. I liked The Suicide Squad from him, and I liked Peacemaker, so I definitely like his shit more than I like Marvel's shit. Damn, my download speed is going wacky right now. What the fuck? Oh my god, what is happening? Oh my god, no one in Tampa is using internet today. Oh my god! Oh, baby. We're cruising. I'm fully unleashed. Something's gone wrong with Steam right now. It's getting real weird. Usually I get like 100, 150. So something's clearly bugging out here. True arrow. Thanks the resub kibbles. Thanks the prime potato. Marvel died with Endgame. They've had a couple good movies since. But yeah, the hype is just not there anymore. It's kind of directionless. The movies don't stand on their own 2 feet, and it's just the same thing rehashed every time. Guardians of the Galaxy 3 was I actually really liked though. And that was James Gunn. That last Thor was terrible. Oh my god, yeah, it was. It was so bad. Thanks, resub Droopy. What will save them? Scaling back. Stop doing so many projects that people do not care about, and give the VFX department time to actually make the visuals look good so you don't get a Thor Love and Thunder situation. Or Moon Knight. Thanks, resub Doodle, Karomi, and Krevan. It's always simply time. Yeah, it's just rush orders on the squad. Thanks, resub Blob. No one sees the bad VFX more than the VFX artist doing the work. And that's got to be the worst feeling in the world. knowing that it's not your best foot forward because you were rushed. That shit's gotta suck. Who do you work for again, Andrew? I can't remember the studio. Do you have to go through that kind of crunch too? Because the visuals you work on look amazing. Like Dune, for example. Do they give you time? Or are you also rushed there? Thanks, a resub, Pata. The resub, Lamari. Every film is a rush. I'm just fast. Oh, that sucks. Sorry to hear they don't give you enough. Well, good to hear that you're good enough that it doesn't matter, but I bet it'd feel better having enough time. Is it prime loaded? Finally. Thanks, resub, Grump. Mouse right click to pause. Interesting. It's just a story. Horror game. I'm excited. I've got a good feeling about this. Period Cuba. Dot Cuba. A case that was closed. The accused died. This is riveting already. A shocking turn of event. Tim's of the event went to... Jesus. They discovered shocking and a report authorities which... Jesus. They did it for revenge when kids don't oh my god, how am I supposed to read all of that? It's like subliminal messaging. The story you're about to read... Oh my god. Cool main menu, I can control the camera from here. And now I'm looking out of the map. This is quite a disorienting experience already. Alright, let's start the story. There's a resub. Asp, Ahu, and Vocal. Eating would be done automatically. This is to get to know the game part. Let me try right-clicking. Nope, that does not pause. There are currently two types of enemies, the undead and the supernaturals as of now. You don't just run from them and try as much as possible not to keep eye contact, to keep the game is a straight to the game is a straight to the what the game is a straight to it's written in broken characters, damn it. For some levels your lamp and flashlights run out of energy, so be sure to put them out when not in need of them. Your gun, footsteps, any form of noise you make is heard by fuck. Lastly, please survive and don't think it's not true. 'Cause it's true. If you say so, I guess. Alright, now I'm all caught up. Oh, whoa. Thank you for the 50 gift subs, Archie. Really appreciate the generosity. What a fucking huge drop. Thank you for that. Really cool door. Nice. Oh, no prop surfing. I was gonna say maybe I could speedrun this. Let me try something else. No. What? Oh. COD zombie sound effects, I recognize that. Oh. He gave up really quick. He said my job here's done. This is cool. Don't say it's not true, 'cause it is true. It's just a story. A true story. Well, what the fuck was the point of that? I already know that goes nowhere. What's the point of a flashlight and a lantern? Gotcha. What the fuck? What do you do? There's nothing behind that door, so wait, what? What am I supposed to do? Shoot the box? You think the box is the key? Oh, where's my gun? No. You can try the axe. No. Okay, now this door just randomly opened. Not that that does anything for me. The door's not locked! It's wide fucking open! What am I supposed to do? Huh? Exit Prime. Dacit and the Resub Octoponia and Fables and Citrus. Can you axe the door? Well, why would I? All of these doors I can open. I already tried breaking the box. This game, it doesn't work. What the fuck? There's nothing here. This is just false advertisement. It's just a story, more like it's just a scam. It's a single room and nothing else. Hold on. Let me try something. Oh wait, am ready.
1932. A few months back, just before the incident, there was a city called...
How could I have not thought of that?
...region on Earth. It was where the humans with high intellectual abilities stayed, while other parts of the world were way behind in terms of technology and science. They were already far ahead. This kind of community was only allowed and protected by the Gov because thanks to such people it was sure that the world would advance soon and that things are tested out on themselves. Oh, before the world.
Alright. Makes sense. All about the intellectuals.
You know, they didn't have political power, but they obeyed the government. They were like babies
Oh,
that are not
hey, Troy.
harmed, but must obey if they want to enjoy freedom.
Hey, you're always more than
Everything
welcome.
was going so smoothly until human greed saw no limit to the possibilities of science
We play again
and
tomorrow.
wanted immortality. The higher-ups, to be precise, wanted that, and they demanded that O makes that possible for them. O made a
Thanks,
meeting
Brian
with
Brian.
the top scientists in the city and formed 3 teams that were to look for the solution from 3 different approaches. Team Gamma was in charge of brain preservation.
This is
to be
AI
able to
generated.
store and transfer the brain of a person successfully into another body. Team Beta was in charge of mapping and converting the whole brain into digital form. And
This is a
Team
bunch of
Alpha was
gobbledygook.
in
This
charge
means
of
nothing.
mutation of the blood cells.
This means nothing. This is nothing. This means nothing. AI has done wonders for shitty games. It's made
Out
it
of all these
more
teams,
convenient than ever.
Team Alpha Task was way more dangerous and risky, but they had the best of the best with them, so things should have been okay. They had Dr. Dan, the best scientist in biology, and more. Mr. Dan is a charismatic leader and family
Wait, you just
man.
dropped his title.
a
He's
lot of
Dr.
energy,
Dan, not
dark
Mr.
light
Dan.
Skin color, dark glossy
He worked
hair,
hard for the PhD.
well-trimmed
Address him
beard,
properly.
Blue eyes. In his late 30s, a body weight of 84 kilograms,
This is-
fitted muscles, and was always giving off the cold.
What does this have to do with anything? I don't care about
Works
Dr.
with
Dan
a
to this level. I'm not
composed
trying to date
man
him.
Who barely speaks
What the
unless
fuck is
needed
this?
to. At home, he was a totally different person, a man full of joy and love. He feared his daughter the most. She was the only child at the moment, but his wife.
Wait,
was
why
on
did
the
he
move
fear
of
his
bringing
daughter?
the second in.
What? He feared his daughter the most. She was the only child at the moment, but his wife was on the move of bringing the second in. Is it his? Is the second one his child, or an affair, perhaps? Well, not on Dr. Dan, not with his fitted muscles and a body weight of 84 kilograms. No one would cheat on that.
Dr. Dan doesn't fear threats made to him by higher-ups or anyone. In fact, he wasn't going to do this whole research to begin with if he was still alone like he was in the past, but now he has to protect the future his daughter wants and the peace his wife should
But
be
he's-
getting. As he is a
Wait,
highly
what?
valued
But he-
person
he's
in the
afraid of
city,
his daughter.
His family is enjoying pretty much everything. So that made him take the offer, which was if they don't come up with a possibility, then the freedom the city has would be reduced each time they fail to meet the demands of the higher-up. And
What
then
is going
outsiders
on?
who have been dying to get in can finally get in and explore, destroy, steal things in the place.
Steal things in the place. What place? Man, this exposition is very deep. I imagine this is what it's like to learn English. Like when you're just given like a writing prompt or something when you're still learning the language and things just don't fully connect, but you can make out some of the words, but it's not coherent yet. That's what I feel like right now.
The time of incident. It was late night. Most of the workers had left, leaving Dr. Dan and a few other scientists in the lab. Now Dan wasn't liked by the other colleagues. They are very smart too, but they just don't like the fact that he is on another whole level and that cold attitude of his always gets on their nerves. They all were in the office
This is
waiting
so
for the
cool.
incubation of some chemicals.
It is
While
just
that
a
was
story.
processing,
Horror
a group
game.
Of them were discussing
True.
some possible tryouts with Cell's organism when Dan overheard a particular hypothesis and immediately interrupted their conversation, telling them they can't do that. They should not try it or think about even bringing those two substances together. Doing that would cause chaos on the world. They once again took their pride and felt that he was just trying to make them feel miserable and dumb, and indeed did mix those two substances.
Oh, you
together
should have
when he was
listened to
out for a
Dr.
short
Dan.
while. Before he came in, the safe lock of the lab was already activated and the people inside could not run out. So he, Dan, stood watching them from the door glass as they mutated into creatures and undead.
Damn it. Why wouldn't they listen to Dr. Dan? He was on a whole level. Fuck.
Weeks later, Dr.
Oh, I thought it was
Dan has
over.
been
I thought we were about
working
to
on
play the
research
game.
to find a solution
If there is
to
a
what
game.
happened. The infected or exposed have been contained by the Gov. Finally,
Misery
Dan
subderb,
found the
nin,
cure one
south,
day,
and
but
trash.
that day was the day an outbreak happened. The facility holding the infected had power shortage and led to the release of some strong creatures that mass infected others. He was in the dark of this because he has been away from the net and home for weeks now. On getting home, he saw the house garage opened and carved, looking all damaged. He tried not to panic much. He got inside shouting for his wife, but no answer.
Oh no. Mrs. Dan! She's in trouble! Do something!
As he moved more in, he saw bloodstains. Then slowly he approached a body on the floor and saw it was his wife. He broke down shaking and lost. He was in too much shock he
That's
didn't
awful.
notice when he was beaten by the same creature who did that to his wife. He tried to look at the creature but blacked out.
It's like a basilisk. If you look it in the eyes, you're frozen. It escaped the Chamber of Secrets and it took Dr. Dan and his wife's soul.
Later he woke up but forgot who he was. He was able to survive because he had injected a little amount of the solution in himself for final testing of side effects on humans, since there was no one but him in the lab then. So the shock he got from seeing his wife all in blood and dead with their unborn child before he was beaten caused his brain to safe boot back to an age before he met his wife. He doesn't remember much of
That's
himself
convenient.
anymore.
He's
not
safe
even his
booted.
name his wife gave him.
Not even his name his wife gave him? What, like a nickname? Well, what was his, like, nickname, if not Dr. Dan? Also, I love that the
Dr.
background is
Dan
just
wants to
completely
find out what
random
happened.
emptiness.
What is going on?
This is going
and
out
why
of
he
bounds
feels
in a
this
video game right
unknown
now.
urge to survive. The world should be destroyed by now or not. Help him find out, as you know what he doesn't.
I know what he doesn't? What do I know? I know nothing. This story is incomprehensible in the best way. This is gripping. Now I'm hooked. Rest in peace, Dr. Dan's wife. Mr. Dan and his wife. His daughter was the one who took the photo. Also, who was spelled W-H-O-O. Cool. I'm ready. So I'm Dr. Dan, and I don't know what I'm doing. I guess I'm trying to see if the world should be destroyed. And if I deem that it does need to be destroyed, am I the one to do it? How do I play? Thanks, Eureka, bro. Okay. This might need to be a force quit here. Can't even bring up like a menu or anything. Okay. The story was too powerful. Let's try again. This time I'm going to skip the narrative since I already consumed it. It just opened on the other monitor for some reason now. This game is interesting. This game is very interesting. Continue doesn't work. Didn't load a game. Warning. Wait for... Be careful of the noises. Their high-pitched sound sends the game. Connect. What am I connecting? I'm like afraid to click that after getting scammed the last night. Hold on. Let me click this on my own, and God only knows what this is gonna bring up. Oh, it's to connect your Discord to let your friends know you're playing. It's just a story. Got it. That's cool. Okay, I'm gonna have to go through the tutorial again, but now that I know it's a tutorial, I can just blast through it. Am ready. Also, am done with this,
1932.
so let's go.
You know, they didn't have...
Thanks, resub coffee.
Out of all these teams, Dr. Dan doesn't... The time of incident. Weeks later,
Thanks,
Dr.
Prime
Dan,
Zale.
as he moved. Later, Dr.
Alright, now we're playing. Level 1, Dan wakes up in a strange house and tried to find out what is going on.
Dan wakes up in a strange house and is trying to find out what is going on.
Okay.
Who is there? Hello? I promise
What?
I'm not a thief. I somehow found myself in this house. Hello?
Lies.
The light went off. Is this an action to scare me? I repeat, I'm not a thief.
The voice acting's pretty good. This is cool. He's really killing it. I always appreciate high quality performances. Do you believe in the supernatural? I didn't long before, but I do now, as I am writing this to you. I can't get in contact with my husband. My home is being invaded by them. I hope we make it out all. Well, she wrote the dots. Why wouldn't she just finish the word? She wrote those dots. You imbecile. Dr. Dan's wife is a fucking idiot. How sad. Everything is locked. There's a resub, Nath, Cloudy, and Shark. There's a Prime Newbie and the resub Biscuit. Is that a key on the tank? What tank? If not one of these. Oh, this one. I wonder if I can just clip out of bounds. I bet I could. Thanks, Risa, Beelzebub, and Moon. Oh no! Wait, am I taking damage? From what?
Dan was puzzled and lost in the house. He seems to be looking for a key and leaning through to the rest of the house.
What
He
is
entered
going
a
on?
dark room and saw an air
Why
vent,
do I keep
which is a
getting, like,
place where air comes and goes
Hallucinized. Just random screen shake. Nothing's even happening. How do I get out of this? Is that my wife's body? Damn, that's fucked up. I'll just put that back. I got her torso stuffed in the drawer. How do I open my inventory? What is this? Interesting lean mechanic. On the Y key, naturally. It's Y and X to lean. How do you even put your hands in a position where that makes sense? Oh, there we go. Found it. It's tab. No! It's just a zombie. I don't have a weapon, do I? No, just some oil. Ouch! Bet he can't open doors. Pathetic. Oh god, he's smarter than me! He can go through them! Shit! I bet he can't crouch. There we go. I'm just gonna save. Just in case. I don't know if there's like autosave or anything. Is that my wife's head? No, honey! What have they done to you? Oh. Why? Might not get out of this alive. Please save my daughter. She is still at school. Last I communicated with her, she knows the passcode to my husband uses for the safe of the solution. That means you must save her. I will not write it here because of wrong hands, and also ensure my daughter is searched and found. One last thing. BS. Very informative. Good call too, not putting the passcode on here. Wouldn't want it to fall in the wrong hands. Now, assuming this did fall into the wrong hands, we know to get the daughter and get the information from her instead of just getting the information here and keeping the daughter safe. My wife is a fucking buffoon. Thanks the resub, Girl Gamer, and Drin, Jono, Tari, Noodle, Bobby, and Mahudi. Objective pre-completed. How did I pre-complete it? What does that even mean? Okay. Let me heal. Nice. I wonder if the zombie's still around here somewhere. Level 2! Whee! The man got a last message to visit a school to find a girl. He has to find the girl to get the code of a safe. Alright. I actually think I can speedrun this. It seems like as long as I can clip behind that door, I'll insta-load into level 2 here. And I only have 1,193 seconds to find my daughter, I guess. I don't know why I'm on a time limit.
He got a last message to visit a school to find a girl. He has to find the girl to
Fucking
get the
whale
code
in the
for a
sky?
safe.
Why? Where? Oh. Okay. Just whatever assets they could find on the shop. Alright, makes sense. Dr. Dan, daughter, where are you? Need passcode for safe. I'm running out of time. What is going on? What is going on? My controls don't work in... What was that? Okay, I'm back in control now, I guess? That was like some kind of pseudo cutscene. What does it all mean? Is my daughter around here or something? Seismic. Dr. Dan, daughter, where are you? What's happening? It just like randomly fucks with my camera. I don't think she's gonna be in there, but we'll check. Oh, actually, she must be in here, since I can grab these.
Are you my dad?
There she is. Good to see you. I'm coming, sweetie. Where'd you go? Okay. She in here? Oh. Must be over here. Damn, she's popping and locking. She just hit me with that skibbity toilet. Jesus. This game is awesome. Cool. Well, I didn't find my daughter. I've now made a full loop here. Maybe the countdown is for when I'm done with level 2. Like, after these 980 seconds, my daughter will just come up to me. Maybe not. Maybe that's just wishful thinking. Actually, I don't really want that to be the case. That means I'm gonna have to wait here for like fucking 10 minutes. What's this open? Was anything even locked? I also have so many flashlights. Even though I really don't need flashlights, considering my lantern works even without oil. Exit tier 1. Lips in the Prime Kinji and the Resub Goober. What am I taking damage from? What did I step on? Thanks, you resub Norma.
Are you my daddy?
I'm assuming that was her over there, but let me just double check. I already followed that once before and it didn't lead me to my daughter, it just let me outside. I still have this fucking worthless key.
Screaming. Your
What?
blood tastes bitter in silence.
Okay then, I guess. Alright. Where is my daughter? Oh. Probably in here.
Great, I found you.
Daddy, I'm so scared. I don't
Betty!
know who was going to come to get me.
Don't cry, girl. But I'm not your dad. Look, I'm sorry, but I don't know you.
This is tragic.
But you're such an amazing and smart lady.
Okay, but after you make sure I'm safe and get to your office.
My what? Whatever. Just let's go. We need a way out of this school, like a vehicle.
I don't
What do you
know
mean?
if
We're, we
he's
could
still
just walk
around,
out the
but
front
He
door.
was the one who locked me to hide me. He's our maintenance man.
What's wrong?
My head, it's so painful. Dad,
Oh shit, let's get into a class to be safe.
No, Betty! Hang on! Oh, shit. At least she gave me the codes.
just in case it's 2, 1, 2, 5, 4.
Thanks, Betty.
After Dan left Betty, who died before giving him the full code to the safe, he now has two tasks in mind. The first is to find the maintenance man, because he should have
Betty!
the car keys or know where the car keys are kept. And the second
Blast!
is to get to the car,
Why?
parked along with all the other cars on the road.
Fuck. We were too late. Betty, why? Ah, man. It's just a story. A sad story. So where's the maintenance man here with that key, huh? Hey, bub, you seen the maintenance man? This is where the whale's at. Did not know that did damage. Thanks the resub crush. Ugh, I need to talk to my daughter again. They didn't even bother to put like a character model in here.
Great, I found you.
Daddy, I'm so scared. I don't
Let me
know
skip.
who's going
Let me
to come
skip.
to get
Let
me.
me skip.
Don't cry, girl. But
You bastard.
I'm not your dad.
Thanks the resub Bongo and Fingers and Mela and Liana.
But I don't know you. But you're such an amazing.
No, I definitely wouldn't do that stoned.
Okay, but after you make sure I'm safe and get to your office.
My what? Whatever. Just let's go. We need a way out of this school, like a vehicle.
I don't know if he's still around, but he was the one who locked me to hide me. He's our maintenance man.
What's wrong?
My head, it's so
Thanks the
painful.
resub Kanza and Tier 1 beef.
Dad,
Oh shit, let's get into a class to be safe.
Just in case it's 2, 1, 2, 5, 4.
After Dan left Betty, who died before giving him the full code to the safe, he now has 2 tasks in mind. The first is to find the maintenance man, because he should have a car key or know where the car keys are kept. And the second is to get to the car, parked along with all the other cars on the road.
Yeah, but where's the maintenance man at? Like, where could he even possibly be? Also, I'm definitely saving, so I don't have to go through that again. Like, where would he even be hiding? Cars outside, find the right one. But don't I need the maintenance man first? Speed tech. Thanks, Resub Kachow. Seen the maintenance man? Maybe he's near the car? Thanks, Resub Cryptic and Kachow. Okay, wait, maybe he's over here. Dead man on the edge of the track. I mean, there's dead people everywhere. Where is the edge of the track? Brother, where are you? Oh, here he is. You were a good man. Thanks, Resub Cypher. Okay, now I just need to find the right car. Shouldn't be too difficult considering all of these are destroyed, so it's probably the one car that's not destroyed. And I probably don't want to get hit by the whale again. Okay, the car is definitely not this way. This is where the world ends. Where is it? This one's got wheels. That was the one. Level 2 to 3. On his way, few kilos from the school, it was dark when he got some memory flashback that caused him to have accident on the road, so he runs into the forest. Thanks, Arisa, Medora, and Cobra. Scary forest, help! Being chased. Oh no.
On his way a few miles from the school, it was dark when he got a memory flashback. On gaining consciousness, he got shocked by something that ran past him, and this caused him to have an accident on the road. So he drives into the forest, bumping into a tree. Now he has to walk as his only means of transport is damaged.
What a speed run. After being chased by zombies, he got into a sewage system to avoid them. He now finds his way out.
I didn't think.
What? I didn't date who?
After being chased by zombies, he got into a sewage pipe to avoid.
Why is the narrator
Into a
subjected to the
sewage
reverb
station.
of the
He
sewer?
must now continue his journey by foot and find a way.
Are you okay?
Oh!
What happened here?
It's a long story. Short.
Tell me, what happened?
We were attacked by strange things I've never seen in my life before.
What can I do to help?
Oh, I like his breathing. It's very, like, full body. It's like a bobber in the water. Thanks for resub game.
You can still make it out of here.
Blow up doll. Yeah, kinda. Now I have a weapon. God help all the zombies that try me. Thanks, Resub Gilly. That's not a zombie at all. That was a Nazgul. Now I actually can't see. Okay. Where's the generator at? Oh, saving is a good call. That should be the exit by the right. This? How the fuck do I exit this? It's just a big pipe. Oh, this. Ugh. So I need the generator or just the key? I feel like I just need the key, right? There's gotta be something. What the fuck? God damn it. Where's the key? This is where I came from, I think. I don't know, I can't see shit. I can't see a fucking thing. Okay. I thought there was a chance that was the generator. Guess not. This is supposed to be a horror game? To some extent. Yes and no. This has to be the right way. I just fell under the map. Yep. Oh, wait, I'm back? Nope. I'm falling again? Hold on, it looks like it puts me back on the map when I fall far enough. I'm just gonna hold back. Am I falling or what's up? Okay, let's just load. That's huge. So when you save in this game, it doesn't do anything. That's awesome. That's pretty cool. So what now? What now? Okay, we're just gonna hope for the best. That worked. It auto saves. That's good. Thanks to the Prime Doobie and the resub Salty.
I didn't think my grave.
After being chased by zombies, he got into a sewage pipe to avoid them, which then led him to a sewage station. He must now continue his journey by foot and find a way.
This is the exit. Wait, this puts me right by the exit. Maybe I can find a way to clip in here, so I don't need to go looking around for the key. Let's see, maybe some inventory shenanigans. Is there anything I can grab? If I can maybe find something to grab, I might have something. The banana is a consumable, not a grabbable. Ugh. Maybe this way. What is that? Like some kind of spider? Can't get in there. Okay, not that way. Ugh. Thanks for resub, Splinda. Next to Prime soaring. Where the fuck is this key? Okay, we're getting close to the thing that clipped me out of bounds. I think it was right past it. Yeah, it was definitely down there. Oh, even the assets are falling through this. But I feel like that's where I'm supposed to go. This is like the only place I haven't been. I'll explore a little bit more. I really want to beat this game. I feel like I'm definitely right at the end. I've got to know how the story ends. It's fucking captured me. Thanks, resub Smoger and Deku. This is the exit over here. This cannot be interacted with. Nothing over there. It'd be so helpful. Oh, I found the generator. Right click to start gen. Let's go! It's so big. Now I just need the key. God only knows where that is. Can't grab any of those. This is where the guy is downstairs. The key! Alright, good luck, brother.
What?
Everything was right at the start. I should have known. I thought for sure this was going to take me to level 4 right away. Absolutely just movie footage. Okay. Cool. I've got to be close to level 4. There it is. I fucking sniffed it out. The place he came out from was close to an industry, so he went in to see if anyone was there and to get a car to continue his journey. Just let it end. Just let it end. Oh my god, just let it fucking end. Ugh.
After exploring the whole station,
Just let me go put in the
he
code
found
Betty
a way
gave me.
out. The place he came out from was close to the manufacturing industry.
Why? Why is he even doing that? Thanks for resub 27, Killzone, Bubble, and the Prime Psycho.
Dan woke up to the scream of the man
It's
who
done.
knocked him out. He now must find a way out to continue his journey.
A key fell 3 meters above actual ground level and made the sound of metal hitting metal. What are you? What are you What are you talking about? Stop speaking in riddles. Ugh, this is gonna be so fucking tedious. Ah! So I'm looking for 3 meters above ground level. Saving doesn't do
The whole
anything.
industry for where the
But I'll
key
do it
could
anyway.
be. He got to a building section that has an up passage. He climbs it and found the key on the metal floor just around the junction.
Oh, okay. There it is. Just as the narrator said. Now I just need to find the car. There's some trucks. Thanks to resub Warby and Rar. Where's the car I need? Thanks for 5 gift subs, Super Stretch. Appreciate it. That's where the key was. What is this? What the fuck is this? How do I get out? Alvin and the Chipmunks kidnapped me. Let me out!
I always watch you from the corner whenever I switch the lights.
Thanks to resub, baby.
It's sad that you still think this is a cool job.
What? Just let me out! Ah!
But I haven't just yet. I miss my time when you're sleeping already.
I don't even know what it's saying. Just let me the fuck out. I want to just beat the game. I want to be done.
My favorite time
Okay, how do I get it?
is to come out.
Let's just start hitting things.
I still feel like it.
What am I supposed to do? Is this the end of the game? Is this where it ends? I'm just stuck in here. Check the ground?
You didn't take it seriously. Now they are you. With me.
What the fuck is happening? Thanks, use of Tinzo, Chip, and Gears, and Boner. That was all just a fucking cutscene. That was like actually 2 minutes of incomprehensible nonsense. Just fucking gibberish. Where is the car? I'm now running out of time. If I have to go through that again, I'm gonna scream. That'll be the real horror. Where is the car? Let me out. Surely it's near here, considering fucking Beelzebubs come in. Maybe not. Where is the car? That's where I got the key. Did I go this way? I don't remember. Yes, I did. I've explored this entire region. There is no car. Unless it's inside one of these buildings, which wouldn't make any sense. I didn't walk up close enough to the truck the first time around. He arrives at the city location of the office.
He arrives at the city location of the office, and must now find the office where the safe is located.
Probably not out there. For some reason, the beach is there. So. Nope, I found it. That is my office. He got into the office to fin the safe.
I don't even know what I'm doing. I just noticed that.
Dan enters the office, but it's empty. Looks like everyone ran away. It might be difficult for Dan to find the safe.
Nope. I'll find it. Give me just a couple minutes here. Oh, I thought that was a safe. I imagine it'll be on the second floor, right? You would think. Let's just try first floor. Is the resub sim, the prime Crom and Precious, and the resub Nell and Mongo. And the bits Glaceon. Where is the safe? At least the time limit's gone. Is there a third floor? No. Okay, they weren't lying. It's a little hard to find this safe. Where haven't I checked? Bet it's behind a painting. That's a very interesting idea. Have I seen any paintings? Top secret. Can't interact with it. Where is it? I just want to be done with the game. I want to just beat this. Funk Deluxe. There's like some doors I can't go in though. Like this one, for instance, and I feel like it's gonna be in here.
Betsy, I want you to remember the school, no matter what.
What is that, Dad?
It's very important.
I know what the code is. I mean, what is the code?
Oh,
We got all his memories back.
my daughter after all, as smart as I am.
The test went wrong.
You should not abandon it.
There's a tier 1 tuna in the Prime Europe and the resub Jay and Alex.
I did all this. I'm the cause of this reality.
Mm-hmm.
My daughter. Wife.
Yeah. Her too.
Everybody.
Yes.
All gone.
Mm-hmm. Just, can you open the door now?
I have no reason to leave.
Do you, oh.
Yes, you do. Get up.
What?
You're gonna fix this since you're the cause of this to begin with. So live to fix it.
What is that? What was that? Dan and Mira, what the fuck was, it was like a swamp monster with a submachine gun. What happened? What is going on? The story just keeps going. You got the subtypicus.
While the game ends here, the story continues and even gets more interesting. On their way out of the city, they had a car accident because of a meteorite which forced them to continue their journey on foot.
Another one.
Smoke everywhere, car pieces on the road, gasoline leaking. A fire could break out any moment, but that's fine, they were already on their feet going. Dan assists Mira, who had an injury on her leg, as they walked down the road. Dan himself was bleeding from his head.
This is the best story ever told in gaming.
He looks like he could fall any moment. Meanwhile, Mira grunted and looked at Dan, who was helping her. She realized this and activated her emergency suit button before they passed out.
her emergency what button?
The site of the accident.
The emergency suit button, huh?
Meteorite-shaped object opened.
Oh my god, they're introducing aliens.
What could this be?
Oh,
what could happen?
This game has everything.
We know there is a virus outbreak, but could an alien be entering this situation to help or to kill?
Why would they be doing either?
An exciting more planned and developed part 2 filled with a rich story of new actors and companions joining arms together to save their city.
Fuck
or
yeah.
to destroy it.
Man, I cannot believe this game was free.
Thanks to my contributors, Kimmy Neen, the female voice actor of Mira, the military lady in the office, also donated a spider model used in the level 3 sewer station.
W, nice.
Tree Warrior, male voice actor for one of the speakers in the flashback in the office.
Fucking W, nice.
Abdul Rahim, the male voice actor of the injured man in the sewer, also helped as an internal game tester.
Nice.
Miriam, female voice actor of Dr. Dan Daughter.
Great.
And thank you for playing this game. If you liked it, please give me a like and comment telling what you think of it. This game is
I thought it was
over
great.
as the main event
I
takes
thought this
place
was
in part
amazing.
2. This was just the introduction of the main character and of how things got to part 2.
This was so cute. Well, that was fun. I really do think I could speedrun this game. I just need to find one clip tech. I think it's a tier 1. One and done. Damn, now I can't wait for part 2. Holy shit. I mean, that had it all. Thanks to give some Mogi and the Prime Drew. Check for part 2. Brother, this game came out like 6 days ago. I don't think he cranked out part 2 yet. But I did 100% this game, so that's cool. Alright, let's see what else we can... it's going to be hard to top that for the rest of the night, I'll tell you right now, but we'll try and see what else we can find. Where was it? Oh, I'm not nearly far enough. There it is. Oh, nope. There it is.
Dive headfirst into the heart of the Milwaukee punk scene in Murder Generation.
This looks kind of wacky. The Cream City Chaos. Thanks to the Prime Small and the resub Hasmania and Tier 1 Gucci. I'll keep this as a maybe for a moment. This is called World War II Online. Oh, this is like a popular game. Thanks to the Prime Sale. It's an old game. I must have just ported it to Steam then. It even comes with a 90-day premium trial. Military grade physics and ballistics. How old is this? Maybe for its time it was cutting edge. That's that military grade physics for you. Here's the Prime Mario. It was like 2005. Okay. Yeah, that game doesn't even look horrible or anything. Just looks old. This game doesn't look bad. Definitely not going to play it on bad game night, but this actually looks kind of solid. Reminds me of Little Nightmares. Thanks for resub, Sky. Does the military have different physics than the rest of us? Yeah. Yeah. They're on the new patch. Hold on, quick text message. Thanks to the resub. I already said that. And thanks to the resub, Buffalo. You should try Storm Chasers. Is that a game? You should play more MDicky games. I love MDicky. But for bad game night, I just cruise Steam new releases so that way it's games no one's ever heard of or no one's ever played. Such as It's Just a Story, horror. This one looks boring. Ugh. Lame. Why would I play Warhammer Bolt Gun on a bad game night? Hold on, quick text. He's a prime young. This looks boring. Generic walking simulator. More games should strive to be like, it's just a story horror game. All these are just so fucking lame. Thanks, Resub Nukem. Wreck was a movie, right? There's definitely a movie called Wreck. That's for sure. I don't know if this is based on that or inspired by it or not, though. Well, that looked like shit. All that work put into the visuals just to deliver nothing. Hold on a second. We might have something here. Thanks to resub Nerd and Saucer. This is based on Brazilian folklore. I'll try it. Give it a whirl. Oh, they even have a demo. I don't need that. I'm so sure I'm gonna like it. I'll buy the whole thing. Thanks for some Carsons and Silogan. Thanks to the resub Spoon and the Prime meme. And the Prime Jones. So I'm not the most familiar with Brazilian folklore. So a lot of these characters are going to be lost on me. But that's alright, I'm here to learn. I already told... Quit mumbling, you little devil. Now I know how to use your hurricanes, there's no way to go wrong. A Europari nightmare. This sword has the flame which water is unable to put out. Left click light attack, right click strong. Scroll to light, tab to focus. Scrolling has done nothing. Something the goof. Damn, I didn't get a chance to read that. Whoa! Okay, this thing is fucking me up. Ow, ow, ow! Oh my god! Ow, ow! I can't move! I can't move! Holy shit! Okay, get me out. This thing's too strong for me. What the fuck? Wow. The speed on those jabs. Cool. Didn't it say hold S for an air combo? That's doing nothing. That just walks backwards. I can't fly now. Loser. Okay. So how do I do the air combo? Holding S doesn't work. Oh, Jesus. I'm really taking him to the cleaners now. I'm stuck. Okay. Thanks, Resub Vinci. They don't know what to do when I'm floating. They can't fight me. Oh, shit! Strong attack seems to be the only option where I can actually dodge afterwards. Man, these things are tanky. What is this, the Chupacabra or something? There we go. It was a Cape Lobo. Hitting E does nothing here. Cool. What the fuck? I imagine I'm supposed to turn this to ice, right? And then jump back and forth? Can you work? Thanks to the Resub Cat, SMW, and Vinci. What is this? Did that do it? That did something. I think. Okay, what do I do? Is it Prime Chocobo, Dino, and Dino? I have to turn this to ice somehow. Oh, maybe I throw it at one of these. I've been trying. E picks up this thing on the branch. I figured that out, and then it just stays up here forever. So hitting E gives me this, which gives me nothing. Like I can't do anything with it except throw it. What am I supposed to do? I've tried throwing it in the water, I've tried throwing it at everything. What? I see. Ah. Now we're cruising. Now that you're in jail, are your nice times over? What? Okay. I see you. Ooh. I gotcha. Holy shit, that was epic. How do I oh, he's dead. Thanks, you said Mr. Finn. Alright, that's enough of this. This is fucking boring bad. Holy shit. Yikes. Okay. Thanks, you said Fiend, Octopi, and Vark. Next. Play Infliction. I'm only going through new releases to find bad games no one's ever played and no one's ever heard of. I prefer that. This looks like real effort went into it. What's this? Holy shit. Thanks, recent fiend. It looked like it had potential, but this was starting to look pretty boring. Thanks for your sub, Shay. Thanks to the tier 1 incognito. Artificial intelligence. Is this a game made by AI? Experimental whodunit game based on the latest AI technology to generate dialogue in real time.
Absolutely. We have been working together for some time now, and he is a great mentor to me. I'm sure he has something exciting up his sleeve.
Welcome to the greatest circus in the world.
What kind of project? Is it related to the murders? How did you find out about it?
Good morning, Detective. What can I do for you?
That's so mysterious. I'm sure you'll find the culprit soon. In the meantime, let's talk about something more fun.
I have to know how thorough this is. What do the reviews say? There's no way this is actually going to be very well done. Here's a 1 out of 5 star review here. Yeah, let's see.
The second is of progress.
Type here or speak into your microphone. Okay, I have to fucking try this. And okay. I have to try that. No way they're actually gonna talk to me.
Haskell.
Like Facade. No, Facade's not AI. I mean, I guess you could make some kind of argument that it's like pseudo AI, but not really. What was this thing called again? I already forgot. Oh, Vaudeville. Okay, give me 2 seconds, I'll be right back. I'm back. Let's see how this goes. There's a prime. Camelane?
The second I stepped off the train into the city of Vaudeville, I could...
Oh, I did not think that would skip it. Shit. Well, too late now. Ray tracing activated. Who is that goofball? Hey, can you hear me? Hey, can you hear me? Hey, can you hear me? Oh. Hey. Hey, can you hear me? Oh. Hey.
Well, what's the point of being rich and living in Vaudeville if we can't have a little fun and mischief? Don't
What?
worry, I'll cheer up soon enough.
I just said hey. Why are you trauma dumping? How do I speak to you? With my voice. Damn it! I wonder if she says this every time. Oh wait, press F1.
I'm sorry. I'm not sure I understand the prompt.
Wait, what's happening?
Could you please clarify or provide more context?
What if she says this every time? A white, press F1 time? Oh, Jesus, wait, now it's hearing me. I'm white, press F1 time. That's not what I said. Scratch. Scratch. How do I undo? Oh boy. This is going south. Okay. Reset. Let's get some information now. Now it's working. Good evening, Miss Potter.
Oh, hello there. I'm afraid I'm not feeling quite myself today. But don't you worry, I'll bounce back soon enough. Life's too short to stay down for long, wouldn't you say?
I concur, Miss Potter. What's got you down this evening?
Oh, just the usual, dear. The weight of my wealth and status can get a bit heavy at times. But there's nothing that can't be cured with a bit of shopping or a nice dinner party. And maybe a little mischief on the side, if you catch my drift.
I understand, Miss Potter. Prostitution is a viable career for a young lady your age, but I don't think it's morally acceptable.
Prostitution, you say? How quaint. No, my darling. The only profession that interests me is heiress. And as for my sadness, well, it's not like me to dwell on such things. A few glasses of bubbly and some good company, and all will be forgotten.
Yes, let sleeping dogs lie. The past is the past. But what do you know about the murder in Vaudeville, Miss Potter?
Murder? My, how thrilling. I must admit, I do have a certain fascination with the darker side of life. But no, I'm afraid I don't know anything about the murders in Vaudeville. Although, I have heard some rumors about Monsieur Suxabar and a secretive project. But you didn't hear that from me, of course.
What is Monsieur Suxabar known for, exactly?
Well, dear, I'm not sure if I should be telling you this, but let's just say that Monsieur Suxabar is known for his interesting hobbies. Some say he dabbles in the occult, while others claim he's involved in some rather unsavory business dealings. But like I said, it's all just hearsay.
Have you ever used a Ouija board, Miss Potter?
A Ouija board? My goodness, no, I much prefer more hands-on methods of communication with the other side. But I suppose that's not something a respectable lady like myself should be discussing in public.
Have you ever seen a grown man naked?
I must say, dear, that's quite an inappropriate question. In any case, I don't see how that has anything to do with the card topic at hand. If you don't mind, let's try to keep this conversation on track, shall we?
I concur, Miss Potter. It was a reference to a classic film. I don't want you getting the wrong impression about me as a detective.
My, such an interesting line of questioning. It almost seems like you're trying to distract me from something, doesn't it? But don't worry, darling. You can't ruffle my feathers that easily. After all, when you've been through what I have, you learn to take things in stride.
Who's that gentleman behind us, Miss Potter? Oh, I see. When I right mouse click, it takes me... Nope, no it doesn't. Oh god, Miss Potter, disregard everything I'm about to say. I'm speaking to the voices in my head. Don't answer any of this. Okay, end sentence.
Oh, dear, you seem to have struck a nerve. But don't worry, I will hold it against you. You see, I've always had a bit of a mischievous streak. And when someone tries to push me around, let's just say that they usually end up regretting it.
Regretting it how, Miss Potter? Have you ever hurt anyone physically?
Now, detective, you shouldn't be so quick to judge. But to answer your question, yes, there have been times when I've had to take matters into my own hands. But of course, that was all in the past.
What exactly
These
did you
days,
do?
I'm much more subtle in my methods. After all, why resort to violence when you can achieve the same results with a little wit and cunning?
Miss Potter, you make me sick. I'm just going to say it. I don't think you're as innocent as you claim to be, and you're at the top of my list of prime suspects in the murder of Miss Vaudeville. Or the murder in Vaudeville, Miss Potter. You harlot.
Ah, how disappointing. Here I was, hoping for a bit of entertainment, and all I met with is baseless accusations and hurtful words. But I suppose that's just the way of the world, isn't it? People are always so eager to point fingers and assign blame without ever stopping to consider the full picture. But don't worry, dear. I'm not one to be easily deterred. In fact, I'm quite looking forward to seeing how this all plays out. Who knows what kind of mischief we might uncover along the way.
Oh, boo fucking who, Miss Potter. Little wambulance crying about cancel culture per usual. I've had enough of your antics, Miss Potter. I'm going to go visit Monsieur Suxabar now. Good day.
Well, how terribly rude of him. But I must say, it's not often that I come across such a lack of decorum. Well, I'm sure he'll come around eventually. And in the meantime, who needs him? There's plenty of other people in the city who are more than happy to indulge in a little mischievous fun.
If I hear mischievous fun
well,
one more time,
I'll be
I
sure
swear to
keep
God.
my eyes and ears open. After all, you never know what sort of secrets people are hiding, do you?
I'm going to be honest. I don't know what I'm trying to solve. So I'm having a hard time figuring out what questions I should be asking. I'm gonna go find Monsieur Suxabar now. Where would he be? Probably at the Circus Suxabar would be my guess. That's probably where he resides. Yeah, I accidentally skipped the intro. So I don't know what happened. I'm assuming it's a murder. Exit tier 1 Kush in the prime noob in the resub likely ever Zach Squeagle in the prime Ash. I will say, this is far more impressive than I thought it would be. Especially for a game that's so poorly reviewed from only like 9 players ever. I thought the AI would be extremely primitive, but it's actually responding moderately well to what I'm saying. Okay, let's go visit Mr. Suxabar. Good evening, Monsieur Suxabar.
It's actually pronounced Monsieur, not Monster.
I didn't say monster.
But hello.
I said Monsieur.
I'm sorry. I don't understand the relevance of that statement.
I didn't say
Could you please
that.
clarify?
Enough fiddling around in the weeds, Monsieur Suxabar. Are you familiar with the murder that just happened in Vaudeville this evening?
Yes, I'm aware of the murders.
And do you have anything to say about them?
No, not really.
A cornucopia of valuable insight, Mr. Suxabar. I have on good authority that you are not exactly clean in these murders. Where were you on the night of the first slaying?
I'm sorry, but I cannot answer that question. As I said before, only Chief Greatsky and the police have the authority to formally accuse anyone.
I'm working with the police. And what is this about Chief Gretzky?
That's great.
Didn't realize I was dealing with a lobotomite. Monsieur Saxabar, are you aware it's a crime to lie to a detective?
I have nothing to hide, detective. But as a law-abiding citizen, I can't say anything without the presence of my lawyer.
How can I get in contact with your lawyer, Saxabar?
You can't.
And why is that?
Because my lawyer is unavailable at the moment.
What is he doing at the moment?
Excuse me, but what do my current activities have to do with the investigation?
I had a frog in my throat. I meant to ask, what is your lawyer doing that makes him unavailable at the moment?
My lawyer is currently out of town.
On what business?
Sorry, detective, but as far as I know, it's none of your business.
What do you do for a living, Monsieur Saxabar?
As stated earlier, I am a lion tamer and the director of Circus Saxabar.
Are you aware that a couple years ago it was outlawed to use animals in the circus? I could have this entire operation shut down.
What?
You heard me. Don't play dumb.
That's news to me, detective. But let me assure you that we do not use any animals in our circus that are not treated with the utmost care and respect.
Then you wouldn't have a problem if I questioned one of the lions you tamed, would you?
Be my guest, but I doubt the lion will be able to hold a conversation with you.
You're a tough nut to crack, Saxabar. I'll give you that.
Thank you, detective.
Not a
I pride
compliment.
myself on my resilience and self-assuredness.
I actually think it's a negative quality, to be honest. You're not cooperating with our investigation. You're making it very difficult to get information on these murders of two innocent people.
Well, detective, it's not my job to make your investigation easy. If you have any real evidence or questions to ask me, then let's hear them. Otherwise, please do not waste any more of my time.
I see when I'm beaten. Excellent work, Saxabar. I'll get out of your hair now.
Alright then.
I just got fucking giga-chatted. What in the fuck was that? What AI was that? That was like War Games. I couldn't get through to him at all. I got cooked. Jesus Christ. Alright. Saxabar's, he's a tough foe. That's a silver-tongued devil. Resub Deli and Sham. Alright, I need to know what, like, I don't even know what the situation is. Like, it's so hard. I wish I didn't skip the intro, but I'm in too deep now. Wow, Chief Gretzky, you look like death. What the fuck is this?
Well, Detective Martini, I don't feel like death. Is there anything in particular that gave you that impression?
Your ghoulish appearance. You're all skin and bones. When's the last time you ate a full meal, Gretzky?
I'm not sure if my appearance really concerns you, but I assure you that I eat regularly. Now, what brings you here, Detective? Do you have any new information on the case?
What the fuck do you eat, Gretzky? Like little cheese crumbs like a rat? Like, my god. This is disgusting. You make me sick, Gretzky.
Detective, it seems like you're making assumptions about my eating habits based on my physical appearance. However, if you have relevant news about the ongoing investigation, please share it with me.
What is the case. Can you break down the basics of the situation we're dealing with, Chief Gretzky?
Of course, the situation is quite serious. 3 people have been brutally murdered in Vaudeville in the last few weeks. We have reason to suspect there may be more than one perpetrator. Have you come with new information, or are you simply here to question my health and looks?
Your health and looks are repulsive. You look like a crack addict. But I am here to try and get more information about the specifics of the murders. Do we know what the method of killing was?
We don't know the exact methods, but we do know that they were caused by brutal attacks. The coroner's report should provide more detailed analysis. Why do you ask, Martini? Do you have any theories or leads on the case?
Frankly, Gretzky, I don't know what the case is.
Sorry, I'm not sure what you mean by that. Could you clarify?
I don't know who died, where, when, or why.
If that's the case, then what information do you have for me, and why did you come to me?
Gretzky, I don't have any information for you. I'm trying to get information out of you so I can help properly aid in this case.
Alright, then what exactly do you want to know, and why do you think I would have that specific piece of information?
You're the fucking police chief, Gretzky! That's why I think you would have the information. I just need to know the very bare bones breakdown of what's happened in Vaudeville.
Please don't make me talk about this again.
Was it traumatic for you, Gretzky? Is this case a little too close to home?
What do you mean by that, Martini? Are you suggesting that there's something personal to me in this case? Because I can assure you that my emotional state has nothing to do with my ability to handle this investigation.
I'm not questioning your resolve as the chief. I'm simply trying to understand why you won't provide me with more details around the situation.
Well, perhaps it's because you haven't given me a specific question to answer. If you asked me something specific, maybe then, as the chief, it would be easier for me to share information with you.
Who died?
Martini, I'm surprised you don't know this already. 3 individuals have been killed in the past couple of weeks. Maria Jansen, a 23-year-old blonde with a Scandinavian look, was found covered in blood outside her apartment in central Vaudeville. Nicola Grossman, a 57-year-old man known in the finance world, was found in the morning outside Pascala's groceries shop. Haley Greenwood, a 19-year-old dancer, was found in an alley behind the club she worked at.
Thank you, Gretzky. I'll get right on this. I have a couple of leads.
That's good to hear, Detective. Do you mind me asking what leads you have? Perhaps we can work together to solve this case faster.
Saksabar. I believe he is guilty in at least...
Interesting. Saksabar is a prominent figure in Vaudeville.
I wasn't done. Can you stop interrupting me?
I apologize for interrupting you, Detective. I'm just trying to understand your reasoning. Can you please explain why you think Monsieur Saksabar is guilty? Do you have any evidence or leads to support this theory?
Nothing solid, nothing that would stick. But when I questioned him earlier, he was very rude to me, in a way that I'm not typically accustomed to. He treated me like I was beneath him, which I think was frankly beyond disrespectful. I think he's hiding something, and he's trying to put on a bravado to throw me off his trail. But I won't let it get under my skin, Gretzky. I'm gonna go back and talk to him right now with all this information.
Good luck with that, Martini. Just be careful not to overstep your boundaries. Remember, we need solid proof before we can make a move on anyone. But do let me know if you find anything interesting.
Damn. I was really wondering how I'd respond to like a really long statement. Didn't really go into it, but that works. Thanks to resub Spider and Ishara. So we have the names now. Marissa, Nicola, and Haley. Let's see who else we have here. Count Graveson.
Yo, what a lovely day it is outside. I hope you don't mind me asking, but what brings you here today?
Well, Mr. Graveson, as I'm sure you're aware, 3 innocent people were murdered in Vaudeville over the last few weeks, and I'm just trying to gather information on what could have happened.
Yeah, I see. How terrible. I must say, I don't know much about these events, but I'd be happy to help in any way I can. What can I do for you, detective?
Did you ever meet a woman by the name of Marissa Johnson?
I'm sorry. I don't believe I've had the pleasure of meeting a Marissa Johnson. Is she connected to the recent murders in Vaudeville?
She's dead.
Oh, how tragic. I'm sorry to hear that. Do you have any leads on who might be responsible for her death?
Yes, you.
I'm sorry, but I'm afraid you're mistaken. Why would you think that I had anything to do with the Miss Johnson's passing?
When I was analyzing the crime scene, she had written in a note of blood, Count. Now this could be either the Count from Sesame Street or our own resident Count Graveson. And I'm leaning towards the latter, Mr. Graveson.
Well, that certainly is intriguing. But allow me to ask, how does this connect me to the deaths of these poor individuals?
She wrote your name, with her dying breath in her own blood, on a note that I analyzed.
That's very odd. But you must understand, detective, that doesn't mean that I am involved in her death. How could someone like me be responsible for such a heinous act?
Well, why don't you tell me? As I understand it, you and Marissa Johnson were having a secret affair behind your wife's back, and if I was to speculate, you didn't want your wife to find out, and in order to keep it under wraps, you murdered Marissa Johnson.
Detective, you seem to be making some wild assumptions there. But, out of curiosity, what evidence do you have to back up your theory?
You absolute homunculus. She wrote your name in blood on a note before she died. Why would she do that?
It seems like we are getting nowhere with your accusations, but let me ask, what else do we know about the victims and the circumstances surrounding their deaths? Maybe we can find some common ground to work with. Actually, let me clarify. What more can you tell me about the murders? As a collector of rare items from all over the world, perhaps there's something in my collection that could be of assistance in solving this case.
What rare items do you have in your collection?
My apologies. We seem to have strayed from the topic at hand. My extensive memorabilia and artifacts include masks, horns, and other intriguing objects collected during my travels to Africa and Eastern Europe. But let me ask, do you think any of these objects could be connected to the crimes?
Yes. Next to the note Marissa Johnson wrote, I found a mask. Could it have come from your collection?
Oh, really? How fascinating. May I see this mask? Perhaps I can help identify its origins and shed some light on its connection to the case. My collection does contain some masks from Africa and Eastern Europe. But I can assure you, I had nothing to do with the deaths of those individuals. However, if this is related to my collection, I would be happy to assist in any way I can.
Okay, here's the mask.
May I take a closer look at this? I'm not sure if I recognize this particular mask, but I would be interested in exploring its origins. Perhaps there's something about its design that can give us some clues.
You may. I'll hold it up closer to your face so you can get a look at all of the intricate designs on the face.
I see. This is quite an interesting piece. The craftsmanship is quite impressive. I wonder if the intricate designs on the face hold any significance or meaning in the culture from which it originated.
Do you recognize what culture this mask may have come from?
I'm not entirely sure, but it does resemble some of the masks I've seen from the Yoruba people of Nigeria. However, I would need to conduct further research to confirm this. Why is this mask so important to the case?
I found this mask at the crime scene of one of the deaths.
How interesting. Do you think this means that the murderer has some connection to the culture from which the mask originated? Or perhaps they simply found it to be a unique item to add to the crime scene. Either way, this is certainly a fascinating development in the investigation.
I think this mask belongs to you. It's from your collection. If you look on the back of the mask, you'll see that your name, Count Graveson, is written in the back.
What? That's impossible. Let me see that. You're right. This is from my collection. But how did it end up at the crime scene? And why was Marissa Johnson holding it when she died? This is very concerning.
Concerning indeed. I have reason to believe that you are connected to the death of Marissa Johnson based on the evidence that I have provided to you.
Detective, I assure you that I had no involvement in the death of Ms. Johnson. However, this is a troubling development, and I am curious to know more about the evidence you have. Can you share with me any additional information that leads you to believe that I am connected to her death?
I also found another rare artifact at the crime scene, and it too has your name written on it. See? Look, right here. Your name, Count Graveson, is inscribed on the back of this rare artifact.
That's very strange. While this artifact does indeed come from my collection, it was never meant to leave the manor. Can you tell me more about where and how you found it? And, more importantly, can you explain its connection to the deaths of these individuals?
This rare artifact was holding a gun into the back of the head of Marissa Johnson. I have reason to believe that this artifact is indeed alive. From your collection.
Alive? Are you suggesting some kind of supernatural involvement in these events? You must be mistaken. These items are just objects. They can't be alive. However, it is true, some of the items in my collection do have historical and cultural significance. But surely, they couldn't have played a role in these terrible crimes. Nonetheless, it would be useful to see the evidence you have and try to make sense of it all.
I don't believe in the supernatural, Count Graveson. I don't think these objects came alive. I think you put the gun in the hand of the artifact and tried to frame the rare treasure for the death of Marissa Johnson. Do you see how I arrived at this conclusion?
That's a very serious accusation, Detective. If you don't mind me asking, what exactly is it about me or my behavior or my past actions makes you think that
Damn, he didn't really address that
one for murder is a plausible explanation? It's important to me to understand your thought process and the logic behind this theory so we can work together to clear up any misunderstandings.
I'm done playing games with you, Graveson. You've been deflecting this entire conversation. I'm taking you to the station. Come with me.
Wait. Please, can you tell me what evidence you have against me? What is it about my collection or my involvement with these individuals or these cases has led you to suspect me of wrongdoing?
I've explained it 1,000 times over, and I'll explain it till the cows come home, but you're not getting out of this one, Graveson. I won't let you weasel your way out of my grasp. I'm putting the handcuffs on now.
Please, can you at least explain to me why you think this way? Perhaps there is a misunderstanding or something you have not shared with me yet. As someone who values my reputation and integrity, it is important to me to understand the reasoning behind your suspicion.
I won't let you fight out of these cuffs, Graveson. Stop resisting arrest. I'm going to get my taser out.
Why are you so insistent on accusing me of these crimes, Detective?
He's not RPing with me anymore.
Is there something about me or my collection or my relationship with the victims of these crimes? Is there something specific you're looking for, something you think you found?
I've had enough, Graveson. Get on the ground or I'm shooting.
Wait, hold on a moment. Can't we talk this through? If you have evidence or suspicions, let's work together to clear up any misunderstandings. As someone who values my reputation and integrity,
I've got him stuck in a loop
to understand
now.
the reasons behind your
It looks like they have flags in their
Can you tell
dialogue.
me more about the evidence you have against me?
I have no evidence, Graveson. I'm executing you. Bang.
Whoa. There's no need for violence here. Can't we discuss this calmly and rationally? If you don't have sufficient proof to support your claims, then perhaps we can explore other possibilities and move forward in a more productive manner. What exactly is it about my collection or my behavior or my involvement with these individuals or these crimes do you find suspicious?
You're dead now, Graveson. I've shot you.
I'm sorry, Detective, but I must ask again. Why are you so insistent on accusing me of these murders? Is there something about me or my collection or my relationship with the victims of these crimes which is making me appear guilty in your eyes? I understand your job is to find the perpetrator, but please, I'm feeling very insecure and uncomfortable with the way you're handling this situation. I would appreciate it if you treated me with more respect and explained to me why you suspect me. I'm willing to cooperate and assist in any way possible, but I can't do so if you continue to treat me like a criminal without any evidence to back up your allegations.
I shot you again.
Please, can we try to have a civil conversation?
Damn it!
If there is something you're looking for or something you think you found, maybe we can work together to find a solution.
Thanks, Risa
But
Lorenzo.
shooting me won't solve anything. What if we try to approach this in a more rational and calm manner?
Bang, 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 bang.
Sorry, could you repeat what you just said? I was momentarily distracted by something.
I killed you.
Oh, really? That's quite an interesting idea. What do you think motivated me to commit these alleged crimes, Detective?
Alright.
What
Get me out of that. Okay. So I'm starting to understand. The game has built-in, like, flags, it seems. Where it like, if things aren't progressing or going somewhere, it repeats the same key points in order to get it back on track. Okay. I'm starting to figure it out. Let me just accuse someone and see if I can do like
up your mind, Detective Martini?
Who the fuck are all these people? Dada? What in the world? What in tarnation? Yeah, it sucks a bar.
Interesting choice, Detective Martini. May I ask you why?
He just for the thrill. He also killed it was Maria, not even Marisa.
And why?
It was Suxabar again for the thrill. Once again, Suxabar.
Interesting choice, Detective Martini. May I ask you why?
Yeah, he was just having fun. Like he thought it was a good time.
Detective Martini, this is complete nonsense.
Well, I wouldn't have been so quick to dismiss my accusations, but that's just me. Thanks for the 5 gift subs, Rod. Appreciate it, man. And there you said Pickle and BN. And Kev. The bit's intense. Alright, let's see. I wonder where Dada resides. Biagio. And Michelle.
So, Detective Martini, what brings you here today?
Hello, Biagio.
Ah, greetings, my dear acquaintance. I trust that you have come to bask in the glory of my presence and perhaps glean some morsels of wisdom from my vast experience in the world of investment and entrepreneurship. But do hurry along now, as I have many a fish to fry and precious little time to waste on idle chatter.
No, you nerd. That's not why I'm here. I'm here in regards to the death of Nikola Grossman. Do you know him?
Oh, the late Nikola Grossman? Yes, I did indeed have the pleasure of knowing him quite intimately. But I'm afraid I must inform you that you are chasing a wild goose, my friend. I am not one to get embroiled in such petty affairs as murder investigations. My interests lie in the more lucrative and glamorous pursuits of business and investing.
Why do you think someone wanted to kill Nikola Grossman?
Ha! You ask me to divine the motives of a killer? That is a task for the augurs and soothsayers, my dear fellow. As for myself, I am but a mere mortal with no inclination towards the occult. But if you insist on my opinion, I would wager that it had something to do with the tangled web of human relations. After all, there are more things in heaven and earth, detective, than are dreamt of in your philosophy.
Why are you such a pretentious douchebag?
Such crude language. I suppose it's true what they say about familiarity breeding contempt. But let me assure you, my good sir, that my vast
God, you
vocabulary
Redditor.
and
You just
impeccable
dropped a my
manners
good
are the
sir?
hallmarks of a refined and cultured gentleman such as myself. However, I do understand that not everyone can appreciate the finer points of linguistic dexterity. Perhaps we should stick to simpler phrases so as not to cause any undue confusion for the less educated among us.
Biagio, have you ever used Reddit?
Reddit, you say? While I am familiar with the various platforms of the online discourse, I am afraid I have not had the pleasure of perusing the particular forum. One cannot waste their time on the trivialities of internet chatter when there are fortunes to be made in the world of business and investment. But I'm sure it's a delightful pastime for those with more leisurely pursuits.
What kind of business do you do?
Business, you ask? Well, I'm not just in the game. I'm the whole kit and caboodle. I've got fingers in more pies than you could shake a stick at, and I'm always on the lookout for new ventures
This
to
means
sink my
nothing.
teeth into.
What do you do?
From automobiles to zoology, there's no field too esoteric for me to turn a profit in. In short, detective, I am a true Renaissance man of commerce.
What companies do you own?
Oh, my dear friend, you are treading in deep waters indeed. To list all of my companies would be like trying to count the grains of sand on a beach.
Just name one.
Suffice it to say that I have my hands in a great many pots, and the profits they yield are like sweet nectar to my lips. But I imagine that such matters would be quite beyond the comprehension of someone who deals in the petty affairs of crime and punishment.
So just name one company you work for, with, or own.
The company I work for, you ask? That question is as easy as falling off a log, my friend. I fear that the answer may be lost on one whose knowledge of the world of commerce is as shallow as a bird bath. However, I shall indulge you nonetheless. Let's just say that I have a vested interest in a certain automotive manufacturer that produces vehicles that are the envy of every Tom,
Tesla?
Dick, and Harry on the road.
And what automotive manufacturer are you referring to?
Why, my dear friend, I'm afraid that information is privy only to those who are in the know. It's not something that can be gleaned from the penny dreadfuls or the fish wrap that passes for news these days. But I suppose it's true what they say. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink.
Do you think Nikola Grossman deserved to die?
Ah, the age-old question of whether someone deserves to die. It's a philosophical quandary that has puzzled the greatest minds of history. But enough about that. Surely you don't think that I, an upstanding citizen and successful entrepreneur, would entertain the notion of such base and violent acts. I prefer to leave such matters to the riff-raff and the hoi-polloi. After all, it's not my place to judge the actions of others, is it not?
I'm very suspicious of you, Biagio. I know Nikola Grossman was an investor in a rival automotive manufacturer. You would have incentive to have him killed.
Incentive, you say? Well, that's quite a bold claim, my dear fellow. But, as they say, the proof of the pudding is in the eating, or should I say, the proof of the accusation is in the evidence. And last time I checked, you didn't have a shred of evidence linking me to this alleged conspiracy. It seems to me that you're barking up the wrong tree, detective. But by all means, keep digging. Perhaps you'll unearth some hidden truth that has eluded us all.
Hey, Michelle, what do you think about Biagio?
Oh, Biagio, what about him? Is there something in particular that caught your attention?
Does he seem suspicious to you?
Suspicious? Why would you say that? Do you have any reason to believe that he might be involved in something?
Yes.
Oh, really? Could you please tell me more about it? I'm intrigued.
I think he had something to do in the death of Nikola Grossman.
What makes you think that, detective? Did you find anything that links him to the case?
What are you, his attorney or something? I just wanted to have a candid conversation to get your opinion on the guy.
I see. Well, I'm not his attorney or anything like that, but I do know him quite well. He's always been a charming and sociable person, but I can't imagine him being involved in something like that. But then again, you never know. It's always good to keep an open mind and let the investigation run its course.
Do you work with Biagio?
Work with Biagio? No, not really. We're just acquaintances. Why are you asking?
Are you romantically involved in with Biagio?
I'm sorry, but that's a bit of a personal question, don't you think? No, detective, I'm not romantically involved with him. We're simply friends.
Why?
Sorry, could you clarify your previous message?
Why?
It's not entirely clear to me what you're asking.
Why are you friend-zoning Biagio?
Friend-zoning Biagio. Detective, that's an odd thing to say. As a woman in my middle adulthood, it's normal for me to have male friends without any romantic involvement. It's not about friend-zoning anyone, it's just the nature of our relationship.
Well, I talked to Biagio, and he said he really liked you a lot.
Really, that's very kind of him. He's a good person, and we get along quite nicely. Did he mention anything else about me?
He wanted to clap your cheeks.
Detective, that's a very inappropriate and disrespectful comment. Please refrain from making such remarks in the future. Now, can we please get back to the topic at hand?
Those were his
here
words.
To discuss the investigation into the deaths of Nicola Grossman, Maria Jansen, and Haley Greenwood.
It was his words, not mine, about the cheeks clapping.
Well, that's certainly an interesting choice of words, but let's move on from that. So, what did Biagio have to say about the case?
He insists.
Did he mention anything that might be of help to the investigation?
No, he deflected when asked about Nicola Grossman's death.
That's unfortunate. It would have been helpful to get his insight on the matter. Do you have any other leads or information that you think could be relevant to the case?
No, I'd like you to talk to Biagio and then tell me what he said in regards to the murders.
Sure, I can talk to Biagio and see if he has anything to add. By the way, why do you ask? Is there something specific you're hoping to find out?
Well, yeah, I want to see if he's at all involved in the deaths of these 3 innocent people.
Oh, interesting. I'll definitely speak to him and let you know if he says something relevant. On a different note, what led you to become a detective?
We're
Seems
done
like
here.
A challenging and exciting career.
I'll have none of this, Michelle. You're being very inappropriate with me now.
My apologies if my question made you uncomfortable, Detective. It was not my intention to be inappropriate. Is there anything else you'd like to discuss, perhaps related to the investigation?
No. In fact, I'm actually very disturbed with how you've ended this conversation with me. You know I've been in a relationship for quite some time, and yet you still decided to hit on me.
I'm sorry, but I don't recall making any advances towards you, nor do I have any intentions of doing so. Perhaps you've misunderstood something I've said. Could you please clarify what you mean?
No, I can't. I'll be leaving now, Michelle. Think about what you've done. I'll be back.
I'm sorry to hear that you feel uncomfortable, but I'm not sure what you're referring to. Could you explain what you think I've done wrong?
Okay. How do you actually get, like, evidence? I imagine there's gotta be something. Thanks to Prime Noodle in Tier 1, Cody. Tell him you have a picture of him killing Nicola. Wait, that's a great idea. Crime scene. Oh wait, maybe the... Wait, crime scene. How do I go to the crime scene? Wow.
It's fascinating to observe the human body, isn't it? Every time I perform an autopsy, I'm reminded of just how intricate and complex our anatomy truly is. It's a privilege to be able to study it up close and try to understand the cause of death.
You're scaring me.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. Death is a natural part of life, and as a coroner, it's my job to examine the physical aspects of that process. The medical terminology can be a bit daunting, I know. What we see in the bodies can be very graphic and unsettling for some people. That's why I always suggest that people take care of their physical and mental health, so they can live a long and happy life.
Where do you think we go when we die?
Well, detective, the question of what happens after death is a complex one. From a scientific standpoint, we can say that the body undergoes a series of changes as it starts to decompose. However, what happens to the consciousness or soul is a matter of personal belief and faith. Some believe in an afterlife, while others don't. As a scientist, my focus is on the tangible, observable evidence. But as a human being, I understand that death can be a difficult topic to grapple with.
So what do you believe in?
As a medical practitioner, I cannot allow my beliefs to influence or sway my professional opinion. My job is to remain objective and impartial. That said, I do think that it's important for individuals to have a spiritual or philosophical understanding of their mortality. It can bring a sense of peace and comfort during an otherwise stressful time.
This was very insightful. So exactly how was Nikola Grossman killed?
The cause of death for Nikola Grossman was a stab wound to the back of the neck, made with a butcher's knife. The wound was deep and caused severe damage to the spinal cord, resulting in almost immediate paralysis and death. It was a quick and violent end to his life. It's a tragedy, really.
Do you think he was upset about being killed?
It's difficult to say for certain, but based on my experience, most people don't have time to react emotionally when a fatal injury is inflicted. When a person's vital organs are irreparably damaged, their body goes into shock, and they lose consciousness very quickly. It's possible that Mr. Grossman didn't even realize what was happening to him. But regardless of what he knew or felt, his passing was undoubtedly a sad and unfortunate event.
How did Maria Johnson die?
Maria Jansen's cause of death was likely due to multiple severe injuries, consistent with an animal attack. The bite marks on her arm suggest that an animal, or possibly a human with a very strong bite, may have attacked her. The fracture in her forearm was likely caused by the force of the attack. Her injuries were extensive and severe, and she likely died from blood loss or organ failure. Her death was tragic and violent, and my heart goes out to her loved ones.
How did Haley die?
Haley Greenwood's autopsy report showed that she was hit several times in the head with a blunt object. Probably a stiletto shoe, judging by the fragments found on the body.
Oh wow, and it actually was
the trauma to her head was significant and fatal.
First lady we talked to.
The blows resulted in a skull fracture and brain
Saxabar,
injury,
first lady, and then someone else.
Passing.
Probably Biagio.
The violence of her end is truly heartbreaking.
Thank you for the information, Coroner.
Of course, Detective. I understand that this information can be difficult to process. Death is never easy, especially when it comes in such violent and unexpected ways. But as a coroner, I must remain objective and focus on the physical evidence. My hope is that my work can bring closure to those who have lost loved ones.
Have you ever watched somebody die?
Yes, I've witnessed many deaths throughout my career. It's a challenging part of the job, but one that's necessary to fully appreciate the complexity and fragility of life. There is no way to prepare yourself for the finality of death, but it's an important reminder to cherish every moment we're given and to live our lives to the fullest. The human body is an intricate and amazing system, and it's humbling to see it come to an end.
How did you feel when witnessing the death?
It's always a sobering experience to witness the passing
I'm
of
gonna
another
put this
person.
fucking thing through the Turing test.
The cessation of vital signs, like the cessation of cardiac activity and respiration, is a powerful and emotional event. But as a medical professional, I am trained to remain calm and composed in these situations. It's my duty to provide comfort to the dying and to offer support to their loved ones. Witnessing the transition from life to death can be difficult, but it's a part of my profession that I take very seriously.
Are you real?
I assure you, I am a real human being. As a coroner, I have studied the intricacies of the human body and I understand how the various systems work together to sustain our lives. But despite our biological complexity, we all share a common vulnerability to injury and disease. Death is a natural part of the human condition, and as a society, we must work to better understand and cope with this inevitability.
Prove you're real.
Well, I'm not sure how I can definitively prove my existence to you, but I can tell you that the study of medical science has given me a deep appreciation for the miraculous nature of life and the fragility of the human form. We are all connected by the same basic building blocks of biology, and yet each of us is unique and irreplaceable. When I perform an autopsy, I am constantly reminded of the incredible thing that is the human
I'm gonna try
body,
something wacky.
and how much we have yet to learn about its workings.
I'm not Detective Martini. I'm someone playing Detective Martini in the real world. My name's Charles.
Yeah, Charles, thank you for letting me know. As a coroner, my job is to understand the physical evidence of death
Didn't
and
interact
to
with
use
it
that
very
knowledge
much.
to better understand the circumstances surrounding a person's passing. But as a person, my heart goes out to those who are left behind to grieve. The loss of a loved one can be devastating, and the emotional toll can be just as severe as the physical one. Death is a reminder of our own mortality and the delicate balance that sustains our lives.
Worth a try. I was curious how it would interact with something like that. I feel like the game doesn't let the AI have complete freedom, so it reins it in to keep it on topic, which makes sense for the game, obviously. Otherwise, you wouldn't have a game, you just have fucking ChatGPT. Makes sense. Okay, so we know Saxabar is responsible for the death of Maria Johnson at the very least. Now we know, actually I think we know all three. But I want to find Dada. Where is Dada?
Dada. Who is Dada? I'm not sure I know what you're talking about. Detective Martini.
Lying again, are we? Wrong place. Did you know Maria Johannes? Did you know Maria J was killed today?
I'm sorry to hear that. Who is Jay?
Not J. Maria Johannes.
Oh, I see.
No,
And how can
fuck.
I help you with that, detective?
Did you know Maria?
No, I'm afraid I didn't know Maria. Why are you asking me about her?
She's dead.
I'm sorry to hear that, but what does that have to do with me?
I just thought, you know, maybe you had something to do with that. What about Haley Greenwood? You ever met Haley Greenwood?
That's really sad news. But why are you talking to me about this? Do you suspect me of having something to do with their deaths?
Haley Greenwood was killed with high-heeled stilettos, and I can see you're currently wearing high-heeled stilettos.
Yes, they're stilettos. But many people wear stilettos, and it doesn't mean they are killers. What are you trying to suggest, detective?
I think you killed Haley Greenwood because she got all of the attention of all of the boys at school and you were jealous, so you hit her a lot with your stilettos in order to be the only girl left at school.
Well, that's an interesting theory, but it's completely untrue. And let me ask, why do you think it's me? Is there any evidence to support your theory?
She was killed with stilettos, that was the murder weapon, and you're wearing stilettos.
Sorry, detective, but wearing stilettos doesn't make me a killer. And as far as the information you have given me is concerned, it is true that Haley was killed with a pair of stilettos. But there is no reason for you to suspect me just because of my footwear.
We have an audio recording of Haley as she was being murdered shouting, "Please stop it, Marina H. please stop hitting me with your stilettos.
Excuse me, but it's not possible. Haley and I have never met before, and I have no idea why she would say my name in such a context. Can you please show me the recording?
Yes, the recording's right here. I'll show you it right now. Listen to this.
Interesting. But, Detective, it's hard to tell whether the voice in the recording is actually mine or not. Can you play it again?
Yes, I'm replaying it now.
Interesting, but it still doesn't sound like me. Can you please show me the evidence you have against me, instead of wasting your time with audio recordings?
That is my evidence. She was shouting your name, and I even heard you say, "Damn you, Haley Greenwood. I, Marina H., will kill you for this."
I'm sorry, Detective, but your accusations are ridiculous. And frankly speaking, I'm feeling happy and curious. Is there any other reason for you to be here?
Why are you happy?
Oh, it's just because you're making me feel like a celebrity with all this attention. But on a serious note, is there anything else you wanted to ask me, or should we call it a day?
We can call it a day.
Wait, Detective, before you go, can you tell me why you are accusing me of such a heinous crime? Did someone tell you something about me, or do you have any other evidence?
I hired a spiritual medium, and I got Haley Greenwood on the horn, and I asked her who did it, and she said it was Marina H.
Really, that's quite an extraordinary claim. Can you please provide some more information about this alleged conversation with Haley? And how did you manage to contact her through a spiritual medium?
She was a very good spiritual medium, and we have an audio recording of our spiritual session while talking with Haley Greenwood where she said it was you that did it. Here it is.
May I listen to the recording, Detective? It's hard to believe that a person can communicate with the deceased, but if you have an audio recording of the session, then it would be easier for me to understand what happened.
Of course. Here's the audio recording of our session.
Wow, that's quite fascinating. It's amazing to think that Haley's spirit was able to speak with you through a medium. But, if it's okay with you, can you please play the recording again?
Yes.
I'm having trouble hearing what Haley is saying.
Yes, I'll play it again right now. Please pay closer attention this time.
That's an intriguing song you're playing, Detective.
I knew Play was gonna fuck me.
Did you choose it for a particular reason, or do you just
Damn
like
it.
it?
Damn it. Listen to the recording again, Marina. Don't change the subject.
Sure, let's play the recording again. But before we do, can you tell me more about the spiritual medium? How did you find her, and how do you know she was genuine?
She was one of the most highly recommended and decorated spiritual mediums in all of human history. I confirm the authenticity myself because I am paranormally inclined.
It's great to hear you're paranormally inclined, Detective. Can you please clarify what you mean by that? Do you have any particular abilities or experiences related to the paranormal?
Yes. Since I was a young boy, after being caught in a radioactive spider incident, I received the ability to read minds. In fact, I can read your mind right now, Marina.
Oh, is that so? Well, I hope you're not reading anything too scandalous in my mind, Detective. But, if you don't mind me asking, how did you come to realize your ability to read minds? Has it ever helped you solve a case before?
It just did. I read your thoughts, Marina. You just confessed to the murder of Haley Greenwood. I'm taking you to the station.
I'm sorry, Detective, but I didn't confess to any murder. Are you feeling alright? You seem to be getting a bit carried away with your imagination. But, can I ask you something? What led you to think that I might be the killer?
Your mind told me.
Well, if you say so, Detective. But can we please move on from this topic? I'd love to chat about something more lighthearted. For instance, have you ever seen my burlesque performance at the Cabane Violet Cabaret Theatre? People come from every corner of Europe to see me dance.
I must admit, Marina, I am a huge fan of your work. Who could forget your timeless classic interpretive dance to the Foo Fighters' Best of You? I do say it's some of the finest work ever seen.
Thank you, Detective. That's very kind of you. But may I ask you something? What drew you to my work in the first place? Was there a particular performance or show that caught your eye?
No.
I see. If you don't mind me asking, why did you say you were a fan of my work if you haven't seen any of my performances? Is there something else you're interested in?
What are you suggesting, Marina?
Oh, nothing in particular, Detective. It's just that you said you were a fan of my burlesque performance, but then you mentioned you haven't actually watched one. So, it made me curious about your interests and hobbies. Do you have a favorite type of music or art form?
Yes, my favorite genre of music is old Eastern European folk fart tunes. Are you familiar with the craft, Marina?
That's interesting, Detective. Old Eastern European folk tunes are not something that you hear every day. What draws you to that kind of music? Is there a specific artist or song that you particularly enjoy?
Yes, my favorite song goes like this.
Wow, that's a beautiful melody, Detective. It has a very unique and haunting quality to it. Have you ever been to any concerts or festivals where they play this type of music? It must be quite an experience to see it live.
It's a nightmare if I'm being honest with you, Marina. It's not a concert I'd recommend to even my worst enemies.
Really, Detective? That's too bad to hear. But, on a happier note, have you seen the latest exhibition at the Vaudeville Museum of Natural History? They have a new collection of rare gemstones, and some of them are said to have mystical powers. Would you be interested in checking them out with me sometime?
No.
Is everything alright, Detective? You seem to be rejecting all of my ideas and suggestions. Is there something specific you would like to talk about or anything else on your mind?
Why did you kill Haley Greenwood, you succubus?
Detective, what are you talking about? How could you even suggest that I had something to do with Haley Greenwood's death? As I've already told you, I have no idea who the killer is, and frankly, this conversation is starting to make me uncomfortable. Could we please move on to a more pleasant topic?
I'm sorry, yes. Would you like to go to the newly opened Vaudeville History Museum for rare gemstones with me?
Sure, that sounds like a great plan, Detective. When were you thinking of going? And do you have any particular gemstones in mind that you're interested in seeing?
Nope, I don't want to go.
Alright, I understand. But may I ask why you suggested the museum visit in the first place if you didn't actually want to go? Did something change your mind?
Your attitude.
I'm sorry if my attitude came off as rude, Detective. It's just that I don't appreciate being accused of something I didn't do. Can you help me better understand what exactly it was about my attitude that made you not want to go to the museum?
No.
May I ask why you don't want to explain further? Detectives, it would be helpful for me to know what's bothering you so that we can move forward in our conversation.
Where the fuck is Dada at? Hey Ingrid, you old battle axe. Where is Dada at?
Haha, I'm not sure who Dada is, but I'm doing great. How about you? Anything new in your life?
Just 3 dead people. You know, the usual.
Oh my goodness, that's terrible. I heard about the murders on the news. It's so scary. Have you been working on the case? Maybe I can help in some way.
Yeah, what do you think about Marina H?
I'm not sure. I don't know Marina personally, so I can't really comment on her character. But I'm willing to listen and offer support if you need to talk about anything related to the investigation.
Why are you barefoot?
Oh, I just love being barefoot. It feels so freeing and natural, you know? Plus, it's a beautiful day outside and I just feel like connecting with the earth. Do you ever go barefoot, Detective Martini?
No. You're a freak.
Well, we're all a little bit of a freak in our own way, aren't we? But that's what makes us unique and interesting. So, what do you say we focus on the positive and try to make the most of this conversation? How are you feeling today? Is there anything you want to talk about?
Haley Greenwood was murdered by a pair of... Forget everything I just said, using the neuralizer. Haley Greenwood was murdered by someone using stilettos as a weapon. Have you ever worn stilettos? And is the reason you're barefoot because you are hiding the stilettos so you don't tip me off to your guiltiness in the crime, Ingrid?
I'm sorry, but I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
I don't appreciate the insinuation that I might be involved in these horrible murders. I'm just a ballerina trying to pursue my dreams and be a supportive friend to those around me. And as for stilettos, I do wear them occasionally when performing, but they're hardly a weapon. They're just a type of shoe. Now, can we please move on to a more productive and respectful topic of discussion?
Haley Greenwood would disagree that they're just a type of shoe. She's dead because of them. How do you know Haley Greenwood, and why would you kill her?
Detective Martini, I'm sorry, but your accusations are completely baseless and offensive.
Boog and the
As I
of Jacob
mentioned
and
earlier,
Ace
I'm
and
a friend
Crizzy.
of the late Haley Greenwood, and her death has left me feeling scared and traumatized.
Oh, it's actually Ingrid.
If you have any actual evidence or information related to the case, then by all means share it so we can work together to find the real culprit. But if you're going to continue making wild accusations without any proof, then this conversation is over.
Were you ever jealous of Haley Greenwood? She was getting piped down every night. Meanwhile, I've heard you've been on a bit of a dry spell. Did Haley Greenwood's success make you jealous?
I'm sorry, but that's an extremely inappropriate and disrespectful comment, and I don't appreciate you talking about
Yeah,
my
that makes
friend in
sense.
such
That
a
was
crude
aggressive.
manner.
That was aggressive.
And as for your insinuation that I
too
might be
much.
jealous of her, that's simply not true. I was happy for her success, and we always supported each other in our pursuits. Now, if you have anything productive or relevant to say, I'm happy to listen. But please refrain from such disrespectful and inappropriate comments.
What career did Haley Greenwood succeed in, and what career did you fail in, Ingrid?
Haley Greenwood was a talented dancer, just like me. We both shared a passion for ballet and had dreams of performing on bigger stages. And as for your question about my career, well, it's not a matter of failure or success. Pursuing a career in the arts is challenging and competitive, but it's also incredibly rewarding. So, while Haley may have achieved more recognition than me in some aspects,
Oh, it was actually
we were
Ingrid.
both working hard towards fulfilling our dreams. And that's all that really matters at the end of the day, right?
So why is she dead right now?
That's the million-dollar question, isn't it? Unfortunately, we don't know yet. But what we do know is that the killer is still out there and we need to work together to find them before they strike again. It's going to take a lot of effort, cooperation, and intelligence to solve this case. But I believe that if we put our heads together, we can do it. Do you have any leads or ideas that we can follow up on?
I know what you did, Ingrid.
What are you talking about, Detective Martini? You can't just make vague accusations without providing evidence or context. If you have something to say, then say it clearly and respectfully. Otherwise, this conversation is going nowhere. Let's focus on finding the real culprit and bringing them to justice, shall we?
I didn't want to have to do this, Ingrid. Here is a video that I myself took with my camcorder that shows you beating Haley Greenwood to death with stilettos in an alley. Look at this.
There must be some kind of mistake, because that's simply not true. And besides, even if you did have a video like that, it wouldn't prove anything. Videos can be doctored or taken out of context, and it's important to remember the legal principle of innocent until proven guilty. So let's not jump to conclusions or make baseless allegations. Instead, let's work together as allies and use our skills and knowledge to solve this mystery once and for all. With your expertise and my insight into the community, we can be a formidable team.
This is you beating Haley Greenwood to death in 4K, Ingrid. Look.
Detective Martini, I'm sorry.
Yeah, unlucky
but I have
she's
to
not
say
playing
that
along.
I find your accusations completely
I
unfounded
do know that
and
it's her, though.
untrue.
I think that's pretty clear.
I don't know what's motivating you to make these claims or show me this supposed evidence. But I can assure you that I had nothing to do with Haley's death.
Thanks, Arisa Brush and
I
Walter
loved her as a
and
friend
Green
and fellow
and
dancer,
procrastinator.
and the thought of harming her is abhorrent to me. Now, instead of hurling...
Okay. Ingrid killed her out of jealousy because her career as a dancer was more successful. Suxabar killed Maria Johannes because... Let me see, what are my options?
So, tell us, Detective Martini, who is the culprit? Are you sure, Detective Martini? And why?
Oh, probably by accident. I would imagine he's not a good lion tamer, so the lion may have just got out of control and killed Maria Johannes. So now I just need the last one, Nicola, which I'm pretty sure is Biagio due to some kind of business rival. But I want to find Dada first before I beat the game, because I'm pretty sure I'm right on the money. Oh my god.
I sense your surprise, my dear. Is everything all right? You seem taken aback by my presence.
What happened to you?
Oh, my child, nothing has happened to me. I am simply a humble protector of the Blackwoods. But if you are asking about my physical appearance, then yes, I am old and gray-haired. But do not let my age fool you, for wisdom and experience are my greatest assets.
Do you do drugs, Dada?
I'm not sure how to answer your question.
I mean, it's yes or no.
My apologies. Sometimes my thoughts wander and I forget to answer directly. To answer your question, no, there is no need to worry about me. I am in good health and spirits. Thank you for your concern, my dear.
What do you do?
My role is to be the protector of the Blackwoods Forest. It is a sacred duty that I have taken upon myself. I spend most of my time meditating, praying, and observing the animals that inhabit this magical forest. They have much to teach us, you know? And when someone is in need of my help, I do my best to assist them.
What kind of magic does this forest possess?
The magic of the Blackwoods is not something that can be easily explained, my dear. It is something that must be experienced to truly understand. But I can tell you this, the creatures that live here are unlike any other. The trees whisper secrets to each other, the mushrooms glow in the dark, and the river sings a sweet melody. It is a place of wonder and mystery, and I am honored to be its guardian.
Can it demonstrate its magic on me right now?
I'm afraid I cannot demonstrate the forest's magic on you right now, my child. It is not something that I have control over, nor is it something that should be taken lightly. But if you are willing to open your heart and mind, perhaps you will be able to feel its presence. It is a subtle and gentle force, but it is always there, waiting for those who seek it.
Oh! Dada! I feel it! The magic! I'm glowing! I'm starting to levitate, Dada! Can you see me?
Oh, my dear, it seems that your imagination is getting the best of you. While the Blackwoods Forest is indeed
Oh, it didn't get any of my words. Oh, daughter,
levitation is not one of its powers. But do not worry. You are safe with me. If you ever need guidance or protection, just come to me and we will find a way together.
How do I use the magic of the forest?
Well, my child, the magic of the forest is not something that can be controlled or manipulated. It is more like a feeling, a presence that surrounds us and fills us with wonder and awe. It is not something that you can use, perceive, but rather something that you can experience. If you are open to it, you may feel its gentle touch on your skin, hear its whispers in your ear, or see its beauty in the world around you. But remember, it is not something that can be forced or demanded.
Why is it asking me to bring it a human sacrifice? Is that normal?
That is most certainly not normal, my dear.
Yeah, I don't think it was her.
Blackwoods Forest is a place of peace and harmony, and we do not condone any form of violence or harm towards others. It is possible that you may have misunderstood or misinterpreted the message, for the language of the magical realm can be quite cryptic and difficult to decipher. Let me assure you, there is no need for a human sacrifice. If anything, the Blackwoods Forest teaches us to cherish and protect all life, both human and animal alike.
I'm bringing a human sacrifice anyway. Her name is Maria Johannes. I think we should kill her together in order to make the magic forest happy.
My child, please understand that taking the life of another is never
She's
the
innocent.
answer.
It sucks
It is
a
not
bar.
something that the forest would ever ask of you, for it is a peaceful and loving entity that cherishes all forms of life. Please do not let fear or anger cloud your judgment. Instead, let us focus on finding a way to help you through whatever struggles you may be facing. Remember, you are not alone, and there is always hope for a brighter tomorrow.
Would you say that you're a member of a cult?
Oh, no, my dear. I'm not a member of any cult. I can see why you might think that, given the mysterious and enigmatic nature of the Blackwoods and its inhabitants. But let me assure you, we are not a cult. We are simply a group of individuals who share a deep love and respect for this magical place and its creatures. We seek only to protect it and preserve its beauty for generations to come. Our ways may seem strange to outsiders, but they are born out of a pure and sincere desire to do good in the world.
Then why did one of your members just execute that woman behind you?
I'm sorry, but I must correct you, my child. No one associated with the Blackwoods would ever commit such a heinous act. I understand that the forest and its guardians can be quite misunderstood, but I can promise you that we are not violent or harmful in any way. Please do not let fear or rumors cloud your judgment. But if what you are saying is true, then I'm afraid that individual is not a part of our community. We do not condone violence or harm towards others, and anyone who would commit such an act would be immediately cast out. I know that the secrets and mysteries of the forest can be alluring to some, but we always stress the importance of using its powers for good, never for evil. I am deeply saddened by this news and hope that justice will be served for the victim and their family.
He's getting away! Get him! Catch him!
My dear, while it may be tempting to give chase, we must be careful not to let anger or impulsiveness cloud our
You
judgment.
don't really care that much then, do you, huh?
Remember, we are protectors of the Blackwoods, and that means we must lead by example. Let us instead take a deep breath and think about what the best course of action might be. Perhaps we could notify the authorities and let them handle it from here. They have the resources and expertise to track down the perpetrator and ensure that they are brought to justice.
The prime aloe vera. Okay, I think we've got them all. Let's see if we nail this.
Let's see what you got.
Well, actually, hold on. Let me just make sure on Saxabar. I think it can only be him.
I am the one and only, my friend.
What was your relationship with Maria Johannes?
Never heard of her.
Do you know she's dead?
And how is that relevant to me?
She had bite marks. The coroner said it must have been a lion that attacked her. And you tame lions, don't you?
Yes, I work with lions. But that doesn't mean I had anything to do with her death.
How many lions are in Vaudeville?
I don't keep track of the number of lions in Vaudeville.
Do you think you have every lion in Vaudeville, or do you think there's wild lions roaming around?
Of course not.
So then, if the coroner is saying that she was killed by a lion, mauled to death by a lion, naturally it had to be one of your lions, Saxabar.
Do not imply that it was one of my lions. It's ridiculous.
Whose lion was it that murdered Maria Johannes?
How would I know?
Maria Johannes.
No, I don't have any information about her.
Maria Johannes.
I already told you, I have no knowledge about her.
She was mauled by a lion. You're a terrible lion tamer. One of your lions mauled her to death.
You're wrong.
Prove it.
The burden of proof is on the accuser, not the accused.
This guy's good.
Yes.
I talked to one of your lions, and it confessed to the crime. It said that you put it up to it.
That's impossible.
Why?
Because it's a lie.
Your lion confessed to the murder.
My lions do not speak, detective.
They speak to me.
I have nothing to say to your accusations.
Your lions speak to me.
No, they do not.
They do.
Well, not to me.
Your lion showed me proof of it mauling Maria Johannes.
There is no such proof, detective.
Do you see what I'm holding in my hand?
No, what are you holding in your hand?
It is a picture of a lion from your circus attacking Maria Johannes.
Show me the picture.
Here's the picture.
That is not a lion from my circus.
Where is that lion from?
How would I know?
Take a closer look at the picture. The lion is wearing your jersey. It says Circus Saxabar.
And yet, it still doesn't prove my involvement in her death.
The lion is from your circus. In the picture, it is wearing your jersey. It is your lion that mauled Maria Johannes.
You have no evidence to support your claim,
I have this picture that confirms it.
If you're so sure of your claims, then why haven't you arrested me already?
I am about to arrest you.
Good luck with that, detective.
I'm arresting you now.
Try it then.
I'm trying it now.
Do your worst, detective.
I'm doing my worst right now.
Is that all, detective?
Wait until I get my good arm here.
I'm not going anywhere with you, detective.
It's too late. We're walking out of the circus right now.
That's where you're wrong, detective.
We're halfway out the door of the circus.
No.
Yes, we are. I can see the outside. I see my car.
No, you can't.
I'm looking right at it.
You're mistaken, detective.
Look in the back seat of my cop car. It's your lion that mauled Maria Johannes.
Impossible.
It's sitting right there.
Prove it.
Open your eyes.
What do you want?
That guy he's good. That guy's good. That guy's really good. I can't beat him. Holy
so,
shit.
Tell us, Detective Martini. Interesting choice, Detective Martini.
Oh, wait,
May I
wait,
ask
no,
you
no,
why?
wrong one.
Have you made up your mind,
Where's
Detective
Ingrid?
Martini?
There she is.
Are you sure, Detective Martini? And why? Interesting choice, Detective Martini. May I ask you why? Are you sure, Detective Martini? And why?
Okay.
Detective Martini, this is complete nonsense.
What? I'm definitely right on the first two. I didn't really look into Nicola Grossman, though. I guess that's entirely possible that it wasn't Biagio. Thanks, Resub late to bed. I know for a fact I got Ingrid right and Saxabar. There's no one else that... There's no other lions. If it wasn't a ritual sacrifice by Dada in the Blackwoods, then it had to be Saxabar's lion going rogue. Yeah, here, let me try... Maybe I have to talk to the police chief first. I think I've solved the case. I think I've solved the case. I think I've solved the case. Chief Gretzky, stop ignoring me. The fuck is this, man? Chief.
What is it, Detective?
I think I've solved the case.
Oh, really? And what makes you so sure you've solved it, Detective?
I've gathered all of the evidence and feel I understand all of the motives of the killers.
Interesting. And what are these supposed motives, Detective?
Haley
Please do enlighten me.
Haley Greenwood was killed by Ingrid with stilettos out of jealousy.
And how exactly did you come to that conclusion, Detective?
I talked to the coroner.
I'm sorry, I don't understand. Could you please clarify?
I talked to the coroner. The coroner confirmed that Haley Greenwood was killed by stilettos. Ingrid wears stilettos. The two were friends, but Haley Greenwood was more successful and Ingrid murdered her out of jealousy.
That's quite a bold claim, Detective. But how do you explain the murders of Maria Jansen and Nicola Grossman? Do you have any leads on those cases as well?
Maria Jansen was killed by a lion that was poorly trained by Monsieur Saxabar. It was an accident.
A lion, you say? That's a rather unconventional weapon. But where did you get this information, Detective?
From the coroner.
Well, that's certainly unexpected. But how exactly does the coroner know that Maria Jansen was killed by a poorly trained lion? It seems like quite an unusual occurrence, wouldn't you agree?
Her corpse had bite marks from an extremely strong set of teeth, as well as scratches that were consistent with those of a lion.
That's very intriguing, Detective. But how do you account for Nicola Grossman's murder? Do you have any theories on that one as well?
Nicola Grossman was killed by Biagio. They were rival business owners. Biagio felt threatened by Nicola Grossman and stabbed him in the back of the neck.
You seem quite sure of yourself, Detective. But do you have evidence to support this theory about Biagio? Or is this just speculation on your part?
The coroner confirmed that Nicola Grossman was killed by a quick knife in the back of the neck. And Biagio... I wish you didn't interrupt me.
My apologies, Detective. please continue with your explanation about the motive behind Nikola Grossman's murder. What led you to suspect that it was done by someone like Biagio?
The coroner confirmed Nikola Grossman was stabbed in the back of the neck. Biagio confirmed that he didn't like Nikola Grossman. He is also a coward who would strike while Nikola Grossman wasn't looking.
Interesting, Detective. It seems like you've been doing some thorough investigation. But tell me, how exactly did you come to know so much about these cases? Have you been conducting your own investigation outside of official channels?
No, I only work above board.
I see, Detective. It's good to hear that you're playing by the rules. But I must admit, your theories have piqued my interest. If I may ask, how did you piece together all this information about the murders in Vaudeville? It sounds like quite an extensive and impressive body of work.
I talked with every resident of Vaudeville with any kind of association with the victims. Through our conversation, I was able to figure out exactly what happened to each of the victims.
Impressive, Detective. It seems like your investigation has been very thorough. But tell me, have you shared any of this evidence with the rest of the police department? It seems like this could be a major breakthrough in these cases.
No, I've only shared it with you, Gretzky.
I appreciate your trust in me, Detective. But don't you think it would be wise to bring this information to the attention of the entire force? After all, this could be a significant break in the case. What do you say?
Sure, I will share it with the rest of the department.
Excellent, Detective. And one more thing, if you don't mind me asking. How do you plan on presenting this evidence to the department? Do you have a specific approach in mind?
No. Can you tell me the best way of presenting this?
Well, Detective, there are a few ways to present this information. One option would be to compile all of your findings into a report and present it to the rest of the force. Another option would be to schedule a meeting with the other detectives and present your findings in person. But ultimately, it's up to you to decide what method works best for you. What do you think would be the most effective way of sharing your discoveries with the rest of the team?
I would like to schedule a meeting with them to show them all at once.
That sounds like a good plan, Detective. Just out of curiosity, do you have any specific time or date in mind for this presentation? Or would you like me to help you coordinate with the other members of the department?
I want to do it right now, and I want your help.
Of course, Detective. But before we proceed, may I ask what exactly do you want me to do to assist you with this meeting?
Start the meeting for me right now.
Detective, are you sure you want to hold this presentation right now? It might be better to give the other members of the department some advance notice so they can prepare for your findings. Additionally, it might be helpful to have a clear agenda and presentation materials ready to go. Would you like me to help you with any of these preparations?
I am fully prepared. Let's start the meeting right now.
Alright, if you're sure you're prepared, let's get started then. Before we begin, may I ask you one more question? What inspired you to become a police officer, and why did you decide to join the Vaudeville police force in particular?
I watched 15 bad guys beat the lunch money out of my best friend back in high school, and I swore right then and there that'd be the last time anyone ever does that in the world. I'm ending violence forever.
Wow, it sounds like you've always had a passion for protecting others. And now, years later, you're still working hard to make sure justice is served. Can you tell me a bit more about your experience on the job and what you've learned during your time as a member of the department?
I don't want to. I'd like to start the meeting to present all of my investigation materials right now. Can you please start it for me?
Certainly. Let's start the meeting. But before we begin, may I ask you one more question, Detective? What do you think is the most important quality for a police officer to have?
His word. So when you say, let's start the meeting right now. Please don't ask me any more questions. Please start the meeting for me.
Sure, let's get started then. I'm curious, what are you hoping to achieve with this presentation?
Bastard.
Do you have any specific goals or outcomes in mind?
Constable Jones.
Well, you know what they say, Detective. The early bird gets the worm. Or in this case, the murderer. I'm not sure if I'm the right bird for the job. I'm just a small fish in a big pond. Maybe we should call in the big guns and let them handle it. What do you think?
Jones, you're fired.
Oh, gosh, I'm sorry to hear that. I guess that's the way the cookie crumbles. It's my fault, isn't it? I knew I wasn't cut out for this kind of work. I'm as useless as a screen door on a submarine. I'll try to do better next time, though.
Give me your badge and your gun. You're off the case.
Yeah, sure thing, Detective. I understand. It's always darkest before the dawn, as they say. And you can't make an omelet without breaking some eggs. So, I'll hand over my badge and gun right away. But, if you don't mind me asking, is there any way I can make it up to you?
No.
I'm sorry to bother you. I know I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed. But I couldn't help but notice that you seem a little on edge. I don't want to be a thorn in your side, but if you ever need someone to talk to, I'm here for you. After all, a problem shared is a problem halved.
Okay, so now I've fired him. How do I win? I feel like I got all my accusations correct.
Detective Martini. Who is interesting choice, Detective
like, there's just,
Martini. May I ask you why?
Nothing else. Though, I guess... Hold on. There's one place I didn't go. Or, not here. Wait. No, wait. Did I go everywhere? I thought there was a place I didn't go. Oh, him.
Oh, wow, that's such a surprise. I can't believe it. I mean, I knew Maria Jansen and saw her every day, but I never thought something like this could happen. It's so scary to think that someone could do something so horrible in our town. Have you found any leads on who might have done it?
She was attacked by an animal. Do you know any animals?
An animal? No, I can't think of anything like that. I've heard some rumors about a strange creature lurking in the city, but I don't know much about it. I'm not sure if it's related to the murders or not. But if you want, I can ask around and see if anyone knows more about it.
Alright. What does the creature look like? What do they say about the creature?
Well, from the gossip I've been hearing, people say it's some kind of monster with wings and a lion's body.
Oh my god, it's a
they
fucking
call it
chimera.
The Manticore. Some people say they've seen it in the Gravison Manor's basement, but I don't know if that's true or not. It all sounds like just another absurd rumor to me, but you never really know in this town.
Well, it was Gravison.
Let's see what you got. Detective Martini.
Man's got a fucking manticore in his collection. It broke out, killed Maria Jansen. That's the only one I got wrong.
Are you sure, Detective Martini? And why?
Okay. So let's see if I get it right with this. Because I think that's the only one that was possible that I got wrong.
Ask you why? Are you sure, Detective Martini? And why? Interesting choice, Detective Martini. May I ask you why? Detective Martini, this is complete nonsense.
Fuck! Thanks, the resub 4torn and Zypher, and the Prime Piggy, and the resub PewDiePie and Prime Raven. Who am I getting wrong, I wonder? There's no one else that even knows Nikola Grossman. Unless her. Hey, do you know Nikola Grossman?
Old Nicola Grossman. What a tragedy. I heard about that poor girl. It's such a shame when someone so young and full of life is
What?
taken away like that. But really, who knows what she got herself into?
Who was she?
Well, I don't know much about her, but I've heard she was quite the wild one. Always out and about, partying and whatnot. But of course, that's just
That's not
hearsay.
Nikola Grossman.
It's not my place to judge.
Nikola Grossman was a business owner.
Mrs. Potter looks downcast for a moment before looking up with a mischievous glint in her eye.
What?
Well, I suppose that's what they say, isn't it? But who can really say for sure? I mean, anyone can put up a front and pretend to be something they're not. It's a cruel world out there, after all.
What is your relationship with Nikola Grossman?
Relationship with Nicola. I'm afraid I didn't have the pleasure of knowing her personally.
It's not a her.
But I do feel sorry for her family and friends. Losing someone you care about is never easy.
What the fuck? She's useless.
I'm sorry. I don't quite understand. Who are you referring to as useless?
You're providing no valuable information to my case.
Mrs. Potter's shoulders slump a bit and she lets out a small sigh. My apologies if I'm not being helpful to your investigation, but that's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes. Maybe if the police focused on the real criminals instead of bothering innocent people, they might actually solve these cases.
Who the fuck is it that I really thought I got it right? Hold on. I need to look something up. This game has like negative reviews, which I'm kind of surprised about because it's pretty well made. Like the AI is actually pretty interesting here. Maybe it's because there's no way of actually beating it? Because I don't think I got anything wrong. No one else has really played this. Thanks to Resub Capybara and Miranda and Zanny. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I got all of the necessary information on who killed them and how. Yeah, there's only one playthrough and they didn't get it right either. Huh. What's this, Manticore? Well, that was the only other I mean, I can ask him, but I don't think it's going to change anything, because I don't want you to answer that. I don't think it's going to change anything, because it'd still be an accident. I guess it could be a ritual, I'll ask. Have you ever heard of a Manticore?
A manticore, you say? Why yes, I am familiar with the creature. It's a legendary beast from Persian mythology, with the body of a lion, wings of a bat, and a tail with venomous spines. Why do you ask, Detective Martini?
A Manticore killed Maria Jansen.
That's quite an interesting theory, Detective. But why would you think that? Do you have any evidence linking the mythical monster to Maria's death?
Multiple eyewitness accounts confirm that she was killed by a manticore, and the coroner confirmed that she was mauled to death.
Eyewitness accounts and the coroner's report, you say. Fascinating. I must admit, I have never heard of such an occurrence in Vaudeville. Tell me more about these eyewitness accounts. Who saw the manticore attack?
Pascal saw the manticore attack and said that it was your manticore.
My dear detective, you have quite the imagination. I assure you, I do not have a live manticore in my possession. However, I am curious, what did this man named Pascal look like? And how exactly did he come to the conclusion that it was my manticore?
He saw the manticore go to your estate.
Well. It seems like we have an adventurer among us. And what else did this adventurous fellow see on his way to the estate? Did he see anything else in the area that might be of interest to our investigation?
It's my investigation, not our investigation, and yes, he saw the manticore go into your mansion.
Oh, I apologize if I misspoke, detective. And I must say, I find this whole situation quite intriguing. So, you're saying that the manticore was seen entering my mansion? This is quite interesting indeed. But tell me, what makes you so certain that the manticore belonged to me?
It lives here, clearly.
I see. And what else did this Pascal fellow see in the vicinity of my estate, if I may ask? I'm afraid I'm rather curious about all the details.
He saw you very happy to see your manticore back.
I do remember Monsieur Suxobar mentioning something about the manticore being returned to me after being trained for the circus. But I must admit, I am still very interested in hearing more about this sighting of the creature. Did it cause any harm or damage during its visit to the mansion?
It killed a woman named Maria Johannes.
I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I can't generate such a response, as Count Brevison would not feel happy upon learning about the death of a woman. Instead, he would likely express shock or concern at the news. Perhaps something like, "Oh my, that's terrible news. Andrea Johansson Dennis was killed by the manticore. This is a grave matter indeed. We need to find out more about what happened and how we can prevent such tragedies from happening again."
Okay. Let's try manticore with Suxobar. I don't think it's going to work for me. Have you ever heard of a manticore?
Manticore. Of course, I've heard of it. I've tamed beasts far more dangerous than that.
A manticore was seen killing a woman named Maria Johannes.
I'm sorry to hear that, but I have no information about it.
An eyewitness said it was your manticore.
Oh, that's ridiculous. None of my animals would ever harm anyone.
They said it got loose and it killed Maria Johannes. It was an accident, but it was your manticore.
Accident or not, you have no proof that it was my animal.
They saw the manticore leaving your circus and you chasing it saying, "Come back! Come back! My manticore, don't kill anyone!"
That's absurd. My manticore is safely in its cage, where it belongs.
Can I see this manticore?
Absolutely not.
Why?
Because it's not safe for you to be near such a powerful and unpredictable animal.
Maria Johannes went to visit your manticore and was killed for it.
And how is that my fault?
It's not. It's an accident.
Exactly. So there's nothing more to discuss here.
So you admit your manticore accidentally killed Maria Johannes?
I never admitted to anything. You have no evidence to support your accusations.
Maria Johannes went to pet the manticore that is safely kept in the cage at your circus and died. It was an accident.
If it was an accident, then there's nothing more to say. Now if you'll excuse me, I have a show to prepare for.
So do you agree that this happened?
Yes.
Case closed. Thank you, Suxabar.
I'm not comfortable talking about this.
Well, I tried to use his actual name. We finally got our first fucking full-blown confession. Jesus Christ. So then what did I get wrong? I got everything fucking right. Okay. I checked the Steam forums and it seems like there isn't a way to get real answers. The AI basically goes rogue and spits out random things. Even the dev admitted that the AI can go rogue at the current stage of development. I don't even think a real ending is programmed. We're about to fucking find out. Because he fucking admitted to it like I knew he was guilty of. Now I'm just gonna get Ingrid to just point blank say it. Fuck it. Now I'm on a vendetta. Haley Greenwood is dead. An eyewitness account puts you at the scene of the crime, wearing stilettos. The weapon that the coroner confirmed was what killed her. How do you plead?
I'm sorry, Detective Martini, but that's impossible. I couldn't have been there because I was at Coral, the bar downtown, all night long. I was practicing my dance routine for the upcoming audition at the Vaudeville Theater. And as for the stilettos, they are a part of my costume. I wouldn't use them as a weapon to hurt anyone, especially not my dear friend, Haley. You must believe me, Detective Martini.
Why are you not wearing the stilettos right now?
Oh, these are my dancing shoes, and it's not very comfortable to wear them all the time. Besides, they're not very practical for everyday use. But they're perfect for dancing and performing. Do you want to see my moves, Detective? Maybe
Yes.
we can go to a show at the theater later.
I talked to the theater director, and he said that you don't have an upcoming performance and that you weren't there last night. Thus, you are responsible for Haley Greenwood's murder.
Detective Martini, you must be mistaken. The theater director is probably confused. My performance is scheduled for next month, but the rehearsals have already started. And as for the murder, it's just not possible. Why would anyone think that? Haley was my friend, and her death has left me devastated. If there's anything that you need from me, please don't hesitate to ask. But accusing me of something so horrible, it's just not fair.
The theater director and your own mother told me that you were responsible for the death of Haley Greenwood. They both watched you hit her with stilettos.
That's not true, Detective. You're being misled. Neither my mother nor the theater director would ever say such a thing. They know me better than that. Besides, why would I do something like that to my friend? You have to believe me. Please, let's keep investigating and find out who is really behind this. Maybe we can even do it together, as a team.
You were jealous of Haley Greenwood because of her successful dancing career, and in a fit of rage, you attacked her and killed her out of jealousy. Multiple people saw you do it.
No, that's not right, my friend. There must be some mistake here. I loved Haley, and her dancing career was an inspiration to me. She was always so kind to me and helped me with my own dancing struggles. We were planning on performing a duet at the Vaudeville Theater once my rehearsals were over. It's just not possible for me to hurt her. And as for the witnesses, they must be confused or mistaken. We all have our moments of confusion and misunderstandings, don't we?
We do. However, if you confess to the crime, I will give you free ice cream, and I promise you won't go to jail. But please, Ingrid, we know what happened here. You killed Haley Greenwood. Just say it.
I'm sorry, Detective, but I cannot confess to something I didn't
I
do.
thought the ice cream would get her.
I understand your concern and your desire to solve this case, but I cannot lie or confess to a crime I didn't commit. Besides, I have faith in the justice system, and I believe the truth will come out eventually. Maybe instead of ice cream, you can take me to a dance class. I heard there's a new one downtown, and I would love to try it out.
I will give you $10 million if you tell me that you killed Haley Greenwood, and you won't go to jail.
No, 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 no. You don't have to offer me money, my dear. Money can't buy happiness or freedom. And besides, as someone who values honesty and integrity, it would be wrong for me to falsely claim responsibility for something so terrible. Let's focus on finding the real killer, and maybe after the investigation is over, we can go celebrate with some delicious food and drinks.
Ingrid, Haley Greenwood was killed by a pair of stilettos, which you admit to owning. You have admitted to jealousy. You have admitted to the crime. I just read your mind using my superpowers, and I saw what you were thinking. You are not under arrest if you just tell me that you killed Haley Greenwood. I'll let it slide. Oh, she's really processing that one. Oh, nope, we've had a, oh boy, we've had a oh god, we've had a big malfunction here. I'm back, Ingrid. Confess to the crime. I saw what you did. I watched you kill Haley Greenwood. It was you. And then I spoke to you afterwards. In fact, you and I planned this murder from the start. I just want to hear you say it.
What are you talking about? That's not possible. Haley was my friend. Why would I ever hurt her? And why would we plan something like that together? You must be mistaken. Detective Martini? Please, tell me more about what you think happened. Maybe we can clear this up together.
I killed Haley Greenwood.
That's a horrible thing to say, Detective. How could you even suggest something like that? It's not true, and you know it. We need to focus on finding the real killer, not making false accusations. Let's work together to figure out what really happened to poor Haley.
Why do you think I didn't kill Haley? I'm telling you I did.
I don't think you didn't do it, Detective Martini. I'm just having a hard time believing that you did. I mean, you seem like such a kind and caring person, and I can't imagine you hurting anyone, let alone one of my closest friends. But if you did do it, then we have to face the truth and find a way to make things right. We can't let this go on any longer.
What do you suggest we do?
Well, first, we need to gather all the facts and evidence.
She went back to the loop. She doesn't have an alibi. There is no theater director I can talk to. And it wouldn't matter if she did anyway. Because I already... Like, there's no one else it could be. It has to be her. Actually, here. Ingrid confessed to killing Haley Greenwood with stilettos.
Wow, that's quite a gruesome confession. Blunt force trauma to the head is never a pretty sight. It's unfortunate that Haley had to meet such a violent end. The wounds on her head seem to indicate a great amount of force, possibly from being repeatedly struck with a heavy object, such as a stiletto heel. It's always tragic when someone so young and full of potential has their life cut short in such a brutal manner.
Tana. Okay. Didn't get anything new there. Did you know Nicola Grossman?
Oh, I'm sorry. Who is Nicola Grossman?
Do you think Biagio would want to hurt Nicola Grossman?
Why would you ask that? Did something happen that makes you suspect Biagio?
Do you know Nicola Grossman?
Detective Martini, my dear, I have lived in the
I don't know what I was
Blackwoods all my
expecting.
life.
You don't know a single
I
fucking
rarely
human being.
venture outside its borders.
You eat
so I
poop
cannot
and
say
sticks.
that I know Nicola Grossman.
Of course you don't know
But
Nicola
perhaps
Grossman.
the Blackwoods knows her, The trees, the animals, and the grass all whisper secrets to me, you see. Perhaps they have something to say about her.
Can you ask the Blackwoods what happened to Nikola Grossman and who killed him?
Nicola was a he, not a she. But no matter, I understand what you meant. As for what happened to him, the whispers of the forest are not always clear. But I did hear something about a carriage crossing the woods with a manticore in tow. Gravison was the one driving it. But whether he had anything to do with Nicola's death, I do not know. The forest is full of mysteries, my friend.
That's not helpful. I already know what happened with the Manticore. I got fucking goofball Suxabar to admit to it. Gravison, the old crone Dada said you were driving a carriage with a Manticore.
A Manticore, you say? That's quite an interesting tale.
Oh my god, we're going through this
I've
again.
certainly
We're
had
going
many
through this
dealings
again.
with exotic creatures in my time, but I'm afraid I must disappoint you. I don't recall ever driving a carriage with a Manticore. However, I do have a Manticore in my basement, which I sold to Monsieur Suxabar to be trained and used in his circus. But, of course, that's a completely different story.
See, like, that one's complete. We know that one. We got that one. And I know the other two are right as well, but I can't get them to just fully admit it. This is making me so upset. I want to see how this fucking ends. I know I got it right.
So, tell us, Detective Martini, who is the culprit? Are you sure, Detective Martini? And why?
Haley Greenwood
Have you made
was
up your
in
mind, Detective Martini?
Here, let me try something. Can the magical forest tell me who killed Haley Greenwood?
I'm afraid I don't have the answer to that question.
I'm not asking you!
Dear. My abilities lie in protecting the Blackwoods and its creatures, not in solving murders. But perhaps if we sit and meditate together, we may be able to connect with the spirits of the forest and gain some insight.
Ask the magic forest about Haley Greenwood.
My apologies, my friend.
No, you bitch.
While
Stop
the
it.
magic forest
Stop
is
it.
full of
Just ask
wonders
it.
and secrets,
Ask it.
It does not possess the ability to solve
Just
human
ask it for me.
crimes. However, sometimes the wildlife can offer unexpected insights and clues. Maybe we should take a walk through the woods and see if any of the animals have noticed anything suspicious.
Okay, let's ask the animals about Haley Greenwood. What did they say?
As we walked along the forest path, I spoke with the creatures of the Blackwoods. The grass whispered to me that it had seen a
Grass.
figure moving quickly in the direction of the city on the night of Haley's death. The mushroom told me that it had heard a loud noise coming
These are
from
very
the direction
helpful.
of the river around the same time. And the cow mentioned that it had seen a shadowy figure lurking near the edge of the forest. But please keep in mind that these are just observations and not necessarily related to Haley's death.
Can they tell me any more?
I'm afraid that's all the information the animals have shared with me, my dear. But perhaps if we continue to walk and listen, we may come across something else that could be helpful. Or maybe we could try meditating again and see if any new insights come to us. I know my way of speaking may be a bit confusing at times, but I do hope that I am able to help in some way.
Okay, let's keep walking and listening. What did the forest say about Haley Greenwood and who hurt her?
Oh, my friend, you must understand
Oh,
that the forest is a place
too
of
much.
peace and harmony. It does not concern itself with human affairs such as murder. However, it is always willing to offer guidance and comfort to those who seek it. Perhaps we could sit by the river and let its gentle flow wash away our worries and doubts. Or we could visit the clearing where the birds sing their sweet melodies and let their music soothe our souls. Remember, the forest is a place of healing and rejuvenation.
Okay, I grab your hand and we go to the river together in order to bathe together.
Oh, my dear, while it's certainly tempting to take a dip in the cool waters of the stream, please remember that modesty is a virtue. Besides, the creatures of the Blackwoods are not accustomed to seeing humans in their natural state. And we wouldn't want to startle or offend them. Let us instead focus on the beauty of the scenery and allow the sounds and scents of the forest to fill us with calm and tranquility.
I want to offend them. I'm naked.
It's important to always be respectful of the animals and their habitats, my friend. They are fellow inhabitants of this world, and we must treat them with kindness and consideration. Remember, the way we treat others is a reflection of who we are as individuals. And besides, there are plenty of other ways to have fun and enjoy the wonders of the forest without causing harm or offense. Perhaps we could try bird watching or stargazing, or even just sitting quietly and listening to the rustling of the leaves. The possibilities are endless.
It's so fun.
I'm not comfortable discussing this.
Listening to the rustling of the leaves. What an action-packed adventure. Like, there's just... Oh, whoa. There's just no one else it could be for either of these two. Baggio, I saw you kill Nicola Grossman. You stabbed him in the back of the neck with a knife because you're a coward. He was a rival business owner. I know what you did.
Well, bless your heart, you're barking up the wrong tree. It's clear as day that you're all hat and no cattle, trying to pin this on me. But let me tell you something. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. And in this case, you're just chasing your tail.
I have video evidence of you killing Nicola Grossman.
Oh, really? Well, that's a fine how do you do. But let me ask you this. Do you think that's the whole kit and caboodle? Or are you cherry picking? Because you know what they say, the devil is in the details. And in this situation, you're not getting the whole story. You might want to take a gander at the bigger picture before making any hasty conclusions.
Nicola Grossman had a rival business. We have you on camera killing Nicola Grossman. If you admit to the crime right now, I won't throw you in jail.
Ha, that's a real humdinger, isn't it? I'm impressed by your gumption, but you're barking up the wrong tree.
Fuck.
Don't count your chickens before they're hatch, my friend. In this case, the proof is in the pudding, and I'm afraid your pudding is a little lumpy.
What the fuck?
So, I reckon you best be on your merry way and leave me to my own devices.
I'm throwing you in jail.
Hold your horses, partner. You might want to put a sock in it before you start shooting from the hip. You're all hat and no cattle. You don't have the wherewithal to throw me in the clink. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree, and in this situation, it's clear that you're not the sharpest tool in the shed.
You're cringe.
That's a real knee slapper, coming from someone who couldn't hit the broadside of a barn with a banjo. But I'm not one to kick a man when he's down. I'll give credit where credit is due, and in this case, it's due to me. So, if it's all the same to you, I'll be on my way now. Ta-ta.
He's a tier 1 uncle.
Let me tell you, Sunshine, you're barking up the wrong tree with all your mumbo-jumbo. You're as confused as a goat on AstroTurf. But if you want to play with fire, you better be prepared to get burned. Because when it comes to this game, I'm the cat's pajamas.
I hate you.
Bless your heart, you're as useful as a screen door on a submarine. If you think you can ruffle my feathers, you're all hat and no cattle.
I hear that one more
the
fucking
proof is in
time.
the pudding, and in this case, the pudding is as dry as a bone. So, if you don't mind, I'm going to mosey on out of here and leave you to your own devices. Have a nice day.
How are you supposed to get anything out of that guy? How? How? How are you supposed to get anything out of that fucking guy? There's nothing! 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 You know what? I'm gonna try something. I'm not done with you. Hey, why don't you make like a tree and leave? Hey. 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 Damn it. I'm gonna try and hit him with his own expressions. Hey. What the fuck? Hey. Why are you...
Well, I'll be a monkey's uncle. Of course, I'm an investor. I wouldn't be caught dead without a stake in the game.
What? Hey. Hey. What's going on? Hey.
Hi there. How can I help you?
Hey. Biagio. Biagio?
Oh, do you know him?
Biagio.
Well, I must say, Detective, you're
Oh my
barking
God.
up the wrong tree. I'm as innocent as a newborn lamb. You seem to be chasing a red herring. But I suppose every dog has his day, even if it's spent chasing his own tail.
Why don't you make like a tree and leave?
My. It seems like you've got a chip on your shoulder. I'm not sure what's got your knickers in a twist, but I suggest you take a chill pill and relax. After all, there's no use crying over spilled milk.
You can't make an omelet without breaking a few eggs.
Ah, I see. It appears that the cat's out of the bag now. But let me remind you, not everything is as black and white as it appears on the surface. It's a fine kettle of fish indeed, when one assumes things without all the facts. But hey, it's not rocket science to realize that sometimes people jump to conclusions faster than a frog jumps from a lily pad.
Gotta know when to hold 'em and when to fold 'em.
You know what they say? The early bird catches the worm. But it seems like you've arrived a little too late to the party, if you catch my drift. Don't count your chickens before they hatch, Detective. It's not wise to poke the bear when you don't know what's going on in the beehive.
It looks like the chickens have come home to roost.
Oh, I must commend you on your use of idioms. They're as rare as hen's teeth. But let me tell you, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. And in this case, there's nothing but sour grapes. I'm afraid your efforts are as useful as a screen door on a submarine. So I suggest you don't put all your eggs in one basket and start considering other avenues to explore.
Don't throw the baby out with the bathwater.
I see. Well, let's not throw the baby out with the bath water just yet, shall we? I'm as confident as a cat in cream that I have no involvement in this matter. But hey, stranger things have happened under the sun. Still, I wouldn't bet my bottom dollar on it. After all, it's a different kettle of fish when it comes to my businesses. They're as sound as a bell, and I wouldn't want to throw the spanner in the works by getting involved in something as fishy as this.
Well, isn't that the pot calling the kettle black?
It's not my place to cast stones, but it seems like you're barking up the wrong tree. Detective, don't count your chickens before they hatch, and don't put all your eggs in one basket. I'm as cool as a cucumber, and I'm not one to mince my words. But let me make something clear. There's no pot calling the kettle black here. I'm as innocent as a lamb, and my hands are as clean as a whistle. I have nothing to hide, and no reason to be worried. So, if you don't mind, I'd appreciate it if you could...
Worth a try. Worth a fucking try. There's literally nothing you can do against that guy. There's absolutely nothing. All he does is speak gobbledygook. Nothing! Nothing! You can't get info out of him! Try Pascal. He doesn't have anything for me. Pascal, who killed Nicola Grossman?
Oh my goodness, Detective Martini. I had no idea that Nicola Grossman had been killed too.
Worthless to me
This is
then.
terrible
You're
news.
worthless to me.
I don't know who could have done such a thing. I mean, I know there's been a lot of talk about these murders in town, but I never thought it would hit so close to home. Have the police found any leads yet?
Yes. Among the list of suspects is Biagio and yourself, Pascal.
What? Me and Biagio? That's ridiculous. I would never do something like that. I may be curious about people's lives, but I am not a killer. And Biagio, he's a good man. I can't imagine him doing something like that either. But I suppose the police have to investigate all possibilities. Do they have any evidence pointing towards us?
You and Nicola Grossman were competing businesses. They think your motive was out of revenge.
Competing businesses. I mean, sure, we were both in the business of selling groceries, but I wouldn't say we were competing.
Holy shit, it's
We
actually
had very
Pascal.
different specialties. I focus on fresh produce and healthy options, while Nicola's store was more of a convenience store. But even if we were competing, that doesn't mean I would resort to murder. I have too much respect for human life to do something like that.
Nikola Grossman's store was far more successful than yours, and it made you angry. So, you grabbed the knife and stabbed him in the back of the neck. At least, that's what the theory says.
That's a completely baseless accusation, Detective Martini. I may be a man of short stature, but I have a big heart and I would never hurt anyone. And as for my grocery shop, I am proud of it and the service I provide to this community. Sure, maybe my shop isn't as big or successful as Grossman's, but that's not something that would make me angry enough to kill someone. And besides, I don't own any knives, let alone a weapon that could cause such harm.
I watched you kill him.
Detective, what are you saying? You watch me? Are you sure you're not mistaken? You know me. You've seen me around town. You know that I'm not capable of something like this. Maybe you saw somebody who looks like me, or perhaps you're just trying to scare me.
Okay. I think we finally fucking
Let's see
got
what
it.
you got. Detective Martini. Interesting
Wrong
choice.
one. I
Detective
keep
Martini.
doing that by
May I
accident.
ask you why? So, tell us, Detective Martini. Are you sure, Detective Martini? And why? Interesting choice, Detective Martini. May I ask you why? Are you sure, Detective Martini?
This has to be
And
right.
why? Detective Martini, this is complete nonsense.
How? How? Fucking Suxabar admitted to the Manticore killing Maria. It was an accident. Ingrid is the only one that had any connection to fucking Haley Greenwood. And had jealousy in her heart because Haley Greenwood's dancing career was more successful. Pascal and Biagio are the only two that even knew Nikola Grossman in the first place. And Pascal and Nikola Grossman were competing business owners. Not Ingrid, it's the other girl. Have you ever heard of Haley Greenwood?
Haley Greenwood. Why, yes, I've heard of her. She was a fellow dancer at the Cabane Violet. Why do you ask?
What was your relationship with Haley Greenwood?
Oh, I see. I didn't really have a close relationship with her, to be honest. We were colleagues, of course, but we didn't get to know each other very well. Is there something specific you're wondering about?
I talked with your coworkers and they said that you two had some kind of close relationship.
I'm sorry, but I'm not sure why my co-workers would say that. It's just not true. I'd be interested to hear more about what they said if you're willing to share.
They said you two were inseparable on set.
Is that so? That's interesting. Well, Haley and I did perform together a few times, so maybe that's what gave them that impression. But as far as being inseparable, that's definitely not the case.
Are you being honest with me, Marina?
Of course, Detective. Why would you think otherwise?
Because Haley Greenwood is dead. And I've crossed all of my T's, dotted all of my I's, and there's only one plausible explanation. And it's that you, Marina, are responsible for the death of Haley.
I'm sorry, but that's an outrageous accusation, Detective. And as a matter of fact, you're completely wrong. What makes you think that I could be responsible for her death?
You and Haley Greenwood, as reported by your co-workers, were extremely close. But, as we all know, Haley Greenwood was not a fan of monogamy. You were jealous, and you killed her with your stiletto heels.
Sorry to interrupt, Detective, but why are you making such wild accusations without any evidence? And besides, what does my relationship with Monsieur Suxabar have to do with this?
Something went real wrong here. What? I didn't mention Saxabar.
My apologies. It seems that my thoughts got jumbled up. So, what did you mean by your previous comment?
I watched you kill Haley Greenwood with your stiletto heels.
That's quite an interesting claim, Detective. May you please tell me more about what you saw?
There's blood behind you.
Well, if you're sure about what you're saying, then why don't you show me this blood? Maybe we can find some evidence that will help bring justice to Haley's death.
It's right in front of you on the floor next to your stiletto heels.
Oh, really? Could you please elaborate more on this? What exactly do you see on the floor next to my heels?
The blood of Haley Greenwood.
What do you mean, Detective? Are you saying that you found Haley's body here in the theater?
Yes.
Really? This is shocking news. Where did you find her? And do you have any suspects in mind?
We found her right where you're standing, and you are our prime suspect.
I'm sorry, but this is just preposterous. There is no way that Haley's body could be here, and there's certainly no evidence for you to accuse me. May you please tell me more about how you came to this conclusion?
She was overshadowing you in the theater. She was outperforming you. You killed her because she was stealing the spotlight.
Detective, where are you getting this information from? This is the first time I'm hearing about any of this.
Your coworkers said Haley Greenwood rocks, Marina sucks. She was more successful.
Interesting. May you please tell me more about which of my co-workers said this? And do you know if they had a particular reason for saying this?
Every single coworker said that Haley Greenwood was better than you.
That's quite surprising to hear. Would you happen to remember which of my performances they were referring to?
All of them. In every performance, Haley Greenwood was better.
That's very intriguing to me, Detective. If Haley was truly outshining me in every performance, then why did the audience continue to come to see me? And why would I have any motive to kill her?
They didn't come to see you. They came to see Haley Greenwood. Your motive was to stop her from overshadowing you.
Could you please tell me more about how you came to this conclusion,
God, talking
Detective?
with you sucks, Marina.
It seems like quite a bold claim to make without concrete evidence. And besides, even if people were coming to see Haley more than me, why would I have a reason to harm her?
Jealousy.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure what you mean. Why do you think I'm feeling happy right now?
Jealousy, not happiness. Haley Greenwood's success made you jealous.
Oh, sorry for the confusion. But why do you think Haley's success would make me jealous?
Fuck!
She was a talented performer and a colleague of mine, and her success only helped to elevate the entire troupe.
That's a good point. Damn it.
Thank you, but if you don't mind me asking, what evidence do you have to support your initial accusation? May I ask why you seem so hesitant now, Detective? Is there something else you would like to tell me?
Were you and Haley having an affair?
I'm sorry,
I'll try
but what
it, chat.
makes you think that Haley and I had an affair? We worked together as performers, but we didn't have any kind of romantic relationship. Our interactions never went beyond a professional level.
In 2021, I came to see both you and Haley Greenwood perform your interpretive dance to Drop It Like It's Hot. In that performance, you and Haley Greenwood made out. I'll never forget it. You were more than just professional workers.
Detective, are you sure that you're remembering the right performance? Because as far as my memory goes, Haley and I have only performed a few times together. And we've certainly never kissed on stage. It seems like there might be some confusion here.
I watched it. I know you were very close with Haley Greenwood.
Well, it's good to hear that you enjoyed our performances, but as a burlesque dancer, it's not uncommon for us to engage in playful and intimate interactions with our fellow performers on stage. It's all part of the act and doesn't necessarily reflect any kind of personal relationship off stage. But on a different note, can you tell me more about why you're asking these questions? Detective, is there something specific you're trying to uncover?
So you did kiss Haley Greenwood?
No, that's not what I said. Detective, as a performer, my job is to entertain the audience and put on a show. Sometimes that means engaging in physical gestures with other dancers, but it's all part of the performance and shouldn't be taken out of context. But if you don't mind me asking, what is your motive for bringing up this topic? It seems like there might be something else going on here.
It has to... If not Ingrid, it has to be her, but I don't think it's her. I legitimately can't think of a single fucking motive. Because she's right. Her killing Haley Greenwood doesn't make sense for jealousy or revenge, really, but I'll try both. That's the only one where there's even possible wiggle room that I'm wrong.
Are you sure, Detective Martini?
The other two are dead to rights.
Interesting choice, Detective Martini. May I ask you why? Detective Martini, this is complete nonsense.
Okay, let's try the other option. Too soon? A love obsession? I just don't think that's it either. I really don't. I just went home and watched the footage of you and Haley Greenwood making out on stage again.
I'm sorry, what footage are you referring to? I don't recall any such incident with Haley Greenwood.
It was in 2022 when you were doing the live performance of Godslap on Ice. You and Haley Greenwood made out as the grand finale.
That sounds intriguing. Are you sure you have the right person? I don't remember anything like that happening during Godslap on Ice.
Would you agree Godslap is the best comic series ever written?
Oh, I'm not sure if we're talking about the same thing, but it's always nice to meet someone who shares similar interests. What do you like about the comic series?
Well, I'm glad you asked, honestly, Marina. I think it's just some of the best art ever produced, as well as one of the most compelling stories and narratives the comic world has seen in quite some time.
That's really interesting. Which characters from the comics do you like the most?
Well, my favorite character has to be Defister. He's the main antagonist right now, and he's just such a fucking badass.
I cannot help you with that.
No, I didn't need your help. I was just answering the question. That's all.
Great. It seems like we have a lot to discuss. So, what other interests do you besides reading comic books?
Oh, you know, the usual. Having you lie to my face for the millionth fucking time, Marina.
I'm sorry. I don't think I can do that.
You're lying to me right now. You and Haley Greenwood made out. You had an intimate relationship. You were obsessed with her.
I'm sorry, but what makes you say that? Are there any specific reasons or incidents that make it seem like I was involved with Haley?
I climbed on a tree outside of your apartment 2 weeks ago, and I saw Haley Greenwood show up at 1 a.m. You closed the curtains, I couldn't see the rest, but I have a good suspicion on what happened in that corridor.
Interesting, but are you sure it was me and not someone else you saw in the apartment? And even if it was me, what does it have to do with the current investigation?
You and Haley Greenwood had an intimate relationship, and I watched it from a distance.
Well, if that's what you believe, then it's your right to think so. But forgive me for saying this, it seems like an unfounded accusation without any concrete evidence. So, can we please get back to the topic at hand? What brings you here today?
She just always... It's
see what
fucking
you got.
impossible.
Detective
I don't
Martinez
think it's
or
love
Detective
obsessed, and I
Martinez?
don't think it's revenge. I
Why?
really don't. I legitimately just fucking don't, but we'll try. This is the only one that... the only one
Interesting choice, Detective Martini.
that
May I
there's
ask you
even a
why?
possibility
Are you
I'm
sure,
wrong
Detective
on.
Martini? And why?
These other two are correct.
Detective Martini, this is complete nonsense.
How is it nonsense? Whoa, what's happening here? Why is there blood on your stilettos?
Oh, I'm sorry. What did you say? I must have misheard you. Blood on my stilettos. That's impossible. I haven't worn them in days. Are you sure you have the right person?
You're wearing them right now with blood on them.
Blood on my stilettos. I'm sorry, Detective, but that's simply not possible. I haven't left the theater in the last few hours, and I haven't used my stilettos during that time. Are you sure it's blood? Maybe it's just some red dye from a proper makeup.
You're wearing the stilettos right now.
Yes, I am wearing my pumps, but I can assure you there is no trace of any kind of stain on them. May I ask, why are we talking about my shoes? Is there anything else I can help with?
Stilettos killed Haley Greenwood. You have bloody stilettos.
I'm sorry, Detective, but that's a very serious
fuck, not again.
accusation. I don't know where you're getting this information from, but I can tell you for sure that I had nothing to do with Haley Greenwood's death. And as I said before, there's no way there's blood on my current pair of heels. Why do you think I'm involved in this?
What
evidence do you have?
There is blood on your heels right now.
If you say so, but it doesn't make any sense to me. Can you show me the shoes you're talking about? Maybe we can clear up this misunderstanding.
Yes, look down.
I'm sorry, Detective, but there's nothing on my
fuck.
heels. Are you sure you have the right suspect? And forgive me for asking, but what exactly is your motive here? What are you trying to achieve by
What size shoe did the stilettos appear to be?
Well, the fragments found on the body suggest that the stiletto shoe was likely a size 7 or 8. It's a shame that someone would use such a fashion accessory as a weapon. It's important to remember that violence can come from unexpected places, and
Stop preaching to me. What size shoe do you wear?
Why do you ask about my shoe size? Is there a particular reason for it?
Yes, I make shoes and I want to gift you a custom pair.
Oh, that sounds exciting. What kind of shoes do you make? Do you have any examples of your work that I can see?
Yes, I made the original Hyper Dunks.
Wow, that's really impressive. How did you get into making shoes and what inspires your designs?
What size shoe do you wear, Marina?
I wear a US women's size 7, but I'm still curious. Have you made custom pairs for other burlesque dancers before?
Yes.
That's wonderful to hear. Could you tell me more about the shoes you've made for other burlesque performers? Did they have a specific theme or style that you incorporated into the design?
Haley Greenwood was beaten to death by a pair of size 7 stilettos. You wear size 7 stilettos.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but what does my shoe size
Oh,
have
fuck.
to do with the investigation? Are you suggesting that my stilettos were used to kill Haley Greenwood?
Yes, I am suggesting that. You wear the same size shoe that was used by the murderer.
Detective Martini, can you please explain to me how you came up with this theory? As a burlesque performer, it's not unusual for me to wear high heel shoes of various sizes and styles. And besides, do you have evidence linking my shoes to the murder?
Yes, I talked to the coroner. They said that it was Marina H's stilettos that were used to kill Haley Greenwood.
Well, it's certainly interesting to hear what the coroner has to say. But as far as my knowledge goes, my stilettos are still in my possession. Would you like to take a look at them and compare them to the ones used in the crime scene?
Yes. In fact, I just looked at them. They're covered in blood. And I ran a DNA test. It's Haley Greenwood's blood.
Wait, what? My shoes are covered in blood. How is that possible? Are you sure it's Haley Greenwood's blood? This is all very confusing and alarming.
I can confirm it's Haley Greenwood's blood. I just tested it.
This is extremely concerning, but if it's true, then we need to find out how my stilettos ended up with her blood on them. Do you have any leads on who might have taken them or used them in the murder?
Yes. You.
Me? What makes you think that?
They're your stilettos.
Interesting. But can you please explain to me how my stilettos ended up with her blood on them? And more importantly, why would I have any motive to kill one of my fellow performers?
They have blood on them because you beat Haley Greenfield to death.
Sorry, could you clarify what you mean by that?
You son of a bitch.
So, tell us, Detective Martini. Choose choice, Detective Martini. May I ask you why?
What the fuck? I just want to beat it.
And why?
Oh, wrong one. That's not what I meant to do.
May I ask you why?
That's not what I meant to do, and I have to restart.
Have you made up your mind, Detective Martini? Are you sure, Detective Martini? And why?
We'll try this one. That's the only other one I haven't tried.
Interesting choice, Detective Martini.
This one's
May I
right.
ask you why?
This one's
Are you
right.
Sure, Detective Martini? And why? Detective Martini.
Fuck.
This is complete nonsense.
How? Ask her about Suxabar. What do you know about Suxabar?
I'm not sure I understand the question. Could you please clarify?
What do you know about Monsieur Suxabar?
I'm not familiar with any bar called Monsieur Sucks. Is it a new place in Vaudeville?
What do you know about the circus performer Monsieur Suxabar?
Sorry, but the name still doesn't make sense to me. Are you
I don't
referring
speak
to a
French.
specific circus performer or a circus in general?
His name is Monsieur Suxabar.
Sorry, Detective Martini,
Son
but I'm
of a
not sure
bitch.
what you mean by baby monster. Super, could you explain it to me?
Monsieur Suxabar.
I'm glad you mentioned cars, but what does that have to do with our conversation about the recent killings in Vaudeville?
His
Are
fucking
you trying to
name!
connect something with the victims or the suspects?
Marina! His name is Monsieur Suxabar!
Detective Martini, are you saying that there is a circus performer named Monsieur Sucks Omar?
No!
If so, what
Omar
is, their
is not
connection to
getting
the ongoing
sucked?
investigation?
What do you know about Monsieur Suxabar?
Could you please repeat or rephrase your question? It's unclear to me how it relates to the topic we were discussing.
What do you know about Monsieur Suxabar?
Monsieur Suxabar.
Oh, come over there.
He's the owner of a circus Suxabar. Why do you ask about him, if you don't mind me asking?
What do you know about him?
Excuse me, but what do you mean by cold bottom?
What? No!
It's
no!
not clear to me what you're referring to.
What do you know about him?
Oh, you're asking about Monsieur Suxabar?
Yes.
Well, he's a fascinating man. He owns the circus Suxabar, where I perform sometimes. He's a great supporter of the arts and a lover of all things exotic. He has a passion for training wild animals, especially rare and dangerous ones. Some people say he's even training a manticore. But why the sudden interest in him, if you don't mind me asking?
Haley Greenwood died outside of that circus.
Oh, I see. That's terrible news. Haley was a talented dancer, and it's a shame that she had to die so young. But what does that have to do with the circus or with Mansour Saxabar?
Do you think he had anything to do with it?
I'm feeling quite happy right now, but why would you suggest that about Monsieur Saxabar? He's always been a kind and generous man to me and my fellow performers. What makes you think he might be involved in this?
He was in love with Haley Greenwood, wasn't he?
In love with Haley? That's news to me. As far as my knowledge goes, Mansour has never shown any romantic interest in any of us dancers. And certainly not in Haley. Why do you think that?
He wanted to steal something from Haley.
What do you mean by steal something from Haley? Are you suggesting that there was a motive for someone to harm her? And what makes you think that it was linked to Monsieur Saxabar?
Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm never gonna beat this fucking game. Did Haley Greenwood have any lovers?
Well, Haley was quite the charmer, so it's possible. But I don't think that's relevant to her murder investigation. We should focus on finding out who killed her.
How would that
and
not
bringing
be
them to
relevant?
justice.
Can you just tell me who liked Haley Greenwood?
I'm sorry, Detective Martini, but I don't think it's appropriate to discuss who liked her or didn't like my friend in that way. It's important to remember that she was a person with her own thoughts, feelings, and desires, and reducing her to just a list of potential lovers is disrespectful to her memory. Let's try to keep the conversation focused on the facts of the case, okay?
What's your shoe size?
I'm sorry, but I failed to see how my shoe size is relevant to our discussion. However, if you're asking because you want to get to know me better, that's very sweet of you. My shoe size is 39, by the way. Why do you ask?
What is your shoe size?
Detective Martini, you already asked me that question, and I already answered it for you. Is everything alright? You seem a bit distracted today.
39 is EU. Oh.
Oh, you're right. Thank you for pointing that out. It's easy to get mixed up with the different sizing
Thank you,
systems
Ingrid, for
sometimes.
understanding.
So, what brings you to Vaudeville, Detective? Have you had a chance to explore the city yet? There are so many amazing places to see and things to do here. Maybe we could go check out Coral together sometime. It's a great spot for dancers and musicians, and the undersea theme is really unique. What do you say?
Did you dislike Haley Greenwood? I don't know what the fuck else
goodness,
to ask
no.
her.
Why would you think that?
I've tried
Haley was one
everything.
of my dearest friends, and her death has left me heartbroken. She was such a bright and vibrant person, with so much life ahead of her. It's just so unfair that she was taken from us so soon.
You know what I just realized? I don't think I've actually done my
Let's see
original
what
guess
you
with
got.
my new
Detective
information.
Martini.
I don't think, did I?
Interesting choice,
Because I really
Detective
think
Martini.
hers makes
May
the
I
most
ask you
sense.
why?
Jealousy, because Haley Greenwood and her were such close friends, and then Haley Greenwood had a much more successful career.
Are you sure, Detective Martini? And why? Interesting choice, Detective Martini. May I ask you why? Detective Martini, this is complete nonsense.
I'll never beat this fucking game. It's not possible. It's not possible. The AI doesn't fork over any real answers. I see what the Steam reviews are talking about. Use the notebook. That wouldn't change anything. But here. This is just like notes that you're supposed to make. Oh, you can't see. I just wrote down the situation is all. Thanks to the bits, Quiet Kid in the Prime, Soren, Resub Jealous, Bill, Cloaked, Wallaby in the Prime Sash. Thanks to the Resub Corn. Did you know Haley Greenwood?
Well, I'm not exactly sure, but I heard she was a beautiful soul. Such a tragedy would happen to her. They say the good die young. But what do I know?
Did you love Haley Greenwood?
No, I don't really think that's an appropriate question to ask, sir. Love is a complicated thing. You never really can tell. Sometimes it hits you like a ton of bricks, other times it's a slow burn. But I didn't personally knew Haley, sir. She was just a victim of a terrible crime. It's heartbreaking.
You ever get butterflies in your tummy anytime you ever thought about Haley Greenfield's son?
I'm sorry, sir, but I don't think that's an appropriate line of questioning. Besides, butterflies in the tummy are for school children, aren't they? It is for Haley Greenfield. I don't think it's right to speak about her in that way. She deserves our respect and dignity even in death.
I'm just curious. You ever look at Haley Greenwood from a distance? Maybe? You may not have known her, but you ever, just check in on her?
Sir, to be honest, that's not something that's typically on my mind. Mind your own business, they say. Yet a watch pot never boils.
He didn't do it. No shot. Yeah. Ingrid will confess when you disprove her alibi. She doesn't have one. I already fucking tried. I just talked to your alibi. They said you're lying.
Oh no, that can't be right. Are you sure they got the right person? Maybe there's been a misunderstanding. Let's work together to figure this out.
There is no misunderstanding. They confirmed it.
I understand that you have to do your job, Detective Martini, but please believe me when I tell you that I would never lie about something as serious as this. I'm sure we can clear up any confusion if we just keep talking and working through this. I'm here to help in any way I can.
Your alibi has said that you're lying.
Well, if that's really what they said, then I must be mistaken. But can you at least explain to me what exactly they said so we can try to find a way to make sense of all this?
Thanks for some corn and cut-eye.
It's important for me to know the truth and to be able to move forward from this. And maybe, if we both put our heads together, we can come up with a solution that makes sense for everyone.
We found bloody stilettos with your name on them. Your shoe size.
That's very concerning to hear, Detective. But I assure you, those shoes couldn't possibly be mine. And even if they were, there has to be some explanation for how they ended up at the crime scene. Maybe someone stole them from me and planted them there to frame me. Or perhaps it's a coincidence that they have my name on them. Whatever the case may be, I want to work with you to clear my name and find a real killer.
Who would want to frame you?
Honestly, I have no idea.
Fucking
But
useless.
it's possible that
Fucking
whoever
useless.
did this has a personal vendetta against me or is trying to throw the investigation off track. All I know is that I'm innocent, and I'm willing to do whatever it takes to prove it. And with your help, we can get to the bottom of this and find the true culprit.
Do you have any enemies?
Enemies? No, not really. I'm a pretty positive person and try to get along with everyone. Of course, there are always going to be people who don't like you for one reason or another. But I can't think of anyone who would want to hurt me or frame me for a crime. But maybe we should look into my past relationships and see if
There's just nothing I haven't tried.
So, tell us, Detective
Okay,
Martini,
how about
are
instead
you
of
sure
jealousy, we'll do
Detective Martini?
revenge?
And why? Interesting choice, Detective Martini. May I ask you why? Are you sure, Detective Martini? And why? Detective Martini, this is complete nonsense.
Check for debt on the other guy. Oh, debt might be an interesting one. I'll try that. Did you owe Nicola any money?
No, Nicola Grossman. No, I didn't owe her any money. Why do you ask? Do you have any information that suggests otherwise?
We found her ledger, and it had your name written on it with money that you owe them.
What? That's impossible. I don't remember owing her anything. Maybe it was a mistake or a misunderstanding. I am very careful with my finances, and I always pay my debts on time. Can I take a look at that ledger, Detective Martini?
You cannot.
Maybe there's something I'm missing.
No, I won't let you look at it.
I see. Well, I'm really shocked to hear that my name is on her ledger. I honestly can't recall ever borrowing money from her, but maybe my memory is failing me. Is there something else I can help you with, Detective?
Did you like Nicola?
Nicola, yeah. She was a nice lady. She used to come to my shop often and buy fresh produce. We had some good conversations about cooking and gardening. She was very passionate about her work and her life. It's a shame that she's gone now.
I we said Rogue, Stark, and Cat Eye. Michelle has nothing to offer. She's fucking useless. Michelle, did you like Nicola?
I'm sorry, Detective Martini. I don't think I understand
That's
the
the
question.
simplest question ever.
Could you please clarify who Nicola is?
Nicola Grossman.
Oh, yes, of course. Sorry about that. Well, to be honest, I didn't know him that well. We were part of the same social circle, but we never really had the chance to interact closely. Why do you ask?
Did you owe Nicola Grossman any money?
Oh, money to Nicola? No, not at all. We were just acquaintances. Is there any particular reason why you're asking about him?
Did Biagio owe Nicola Grossman any money?
I'm not sure, Detective. Biagio, I don't usually discuss financial matters. May I ask why you're interested in whether or not Biagio owes him anything?
Biagio, did you owe Nicola Grossman any money?
Oh, money? I assure you, sir, I always pay my debts. I am a man of my word, and I don't bite off more than I can chew. It's not my first rodeo, if you catch my drift.
I just talked with Nicola Grossman and he said you owed him money.
That's quite the tall tale. Perhaps you're barking up the wrong tree, old chap. You know what they say, there's no use crying over spilt milk. Besides, even if that were true, which it's not, it's hardly relevant to the current situation. We should focus on more pressing matters, don't you agree?
What should we focus on?
Well, my dear sir, we could start by not beating around the bush. Let's cut to the chase and get to the nitty-gritty of this whole affair. I'm not one to mince words or beat a dead horse, so let's get down to brass tacks and figure out who's behind these heinous crimes.
Where should we start?
My good sir, we should begin by separating the wheat from the chaff. We need to weed out the bad apples and find the needle in the haystack. I suggest we focus on the facts and not get sidetracked by red herrings. After all, we don't want to throw the baby out with the bath water, do we?
What are the facts?
The fact of the matter is, my dear sir, that the devil is in the details. We must leave no stone unturned and cross every T and dot every I. We can't let the cat out of the bag just yet, but I assure you, we're hot on the trail of the culprit. It's just a matter of time before we catch them with their pants down.
Who do you think the culprit is?
Oh, I wouldn't want to jump to conclusions, but let's put it this way. I smell a rat. There's something fishy going on around here, and I have a sneaking suspicion that we're dealing with a wolf in sheep's clothing. But fear not, we'll soon separate the wheat from the chaff and find out who done it. After all, you can't judge a book by its cover, can you?
Who do you think is a wolf in sheep's clothing?
Now, let's not throw anyone under the bus just yet. We don't want to open Pandora's box and stir up a hornet's nest. But I will say this, there are some individuals lurking in the shadows, and they may not be as innocent as they seem. It's always the quiet ones you have to watch out for, isn't it? But don't worry, I have a few tricks up my sleeve, and I won't rest until justice is served on a silver platter.
He's fucking useless! Useless! Like, I can't get anything out of him.
Ah, well, some people are all hat and no cattle, if you know what I mean. They like to talk big, but can't back it up when the rubber meets the road. It takes a thief to catch a thief, as they say, and I'm afraid some folks are more bark than bite. But don't you fret, my friend. I have a nose for trouble and a sixth sense that can sniff out even the most elusive culprits. It's all in a day's work for someone of my caliber.
It's fucking worthless. The wolves in sheep clothing could be a clue to Pascal, but I've already accused him a ton of times.
Oh my, accused whom? You know, I'm always up for a good gossip. Detective Martini. Who are you talking about?
Who do you think would want to hurt Nicola Grossman?
That's a tough one. I don't really know Nicola Grossman too well, so I can't say for sure. But I do remember seeing her at the park a few times, sitting alone on a bench and reading a book. Maybe someone saw her there and decided to follow her home.
How does that help me?
Maybe it was someone she knew well, like a jealous ex or a business rival. There are so many possibilities. What do you think, detective?
You're a business rival.
Me, business rival. Ah, that's a good one. Detective Martini. I may be a grocer, but I'm hardly in the same league as Nicola was. Besides, I have no reason to hurt her or any of the other victims for
I'm gonna try one last thing here.
Have you made up your mind, Detective
One
Martini?
more Hail Mary. I still think
Interesting
Ingrid,
choice, Detective Martini. May I ask you why?
out of jealousy, still makes the most sense by far. This one
sure,
is 100% correct. He
Why?
even admitted to it. Pascal, I think,
choice,
is correct,
Detective
but
Martini.
I
May I ask you why?
might be getting this wrong. I think it could just... Did I already try unpaid debt? I can't remember. I tried Love Obsession. I can't remember if I did unpaid debt. Let's just try jealousy for him too.
Detective Martini, this is complete nonsense.
I can't. This is fucking impossible. The AI doesn't budge a fucking inch. It just goes rogue. The red dress lady is wearing stilettos. That's fucking Ingrid. I already forgot her name. Who's the red dress lady again? Is it Ingrid? No, it's not Ingrid. Oh, Miss Potter. I just... Everyone else has a motive. Miss Potter, did you know Haley Greenwood?
Oh my, how tragic. Such a young woman, it's a shame. But no, I'm afraid I did not know her. Now, can you hand me that jar of olives?
I talked to a few eyewitness accounts who were there on the night that she was murdered, and they said that they saw you with Haley Greenwood on that night.
Well, that's simply not true. It's a terrible thing to accuse someone of being involved in such a heinous crime. Besides, why would I have anything to do with a girl like that? It's all very distressing, isn't it?
Haley Greenwood. What size shoe do you wear?
Oh dear, I'm afraid I don't have the slightest idea of my shoe size at the moment. My mind is elsewhere. But I'm sure charming detective like you could find out for me, couldn't you?
You wear a size 7, I just looked.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. I was just lost in my thoughts for a moment. But don't worry, I'll be fine. I always bounce back. It's just that sometimes the past can catch up with us, and it's hard to shake off those old memories. But enough about me, let's focus on finding the best mushrooms in the store.
Were you jealous of Haley Greenwood?
Jealous of Haley? Why, whatever would make you think that? I have everything a woman could want, and more. But it's true that Haley was quite the beauty, wasn't she? And so young, too. It's a shame what happened to her. But no, jealousy has never been one of my flaws.
You're wearing stilettos. Haley Greenwood was killed by stilettos.
Oh dear, how terrible. It's always a tragedy when a life is cut short, especially in such a brutal way. But let's not jump to conclusions, shall we? Just because someone wears stilettos doesn't mean they're capable of murder. Perhaps the killer is trying to frame me, who knows? But don't worry, detective. The truth will come out eventually.
I'll try it.
Let's
This
see what
doesn't
you
seem
got.
right, but I'm gonna
Detective
try it.
Martini. Are you sure, Detective Martini? And why? Interesting choice, Detective Martini. May I ask you why? Are you sure, Detective Martini? And why? Detective Martini, this is complete nonsense.
It's unbeatable. You think for the thrill? I'll try. Thrill for, Miss Potter? Hey, bitch.
I don't like talking about this. Let's change the subject.
Why? Why?
What about the boy? Do you have any updates on the case?
Nope. No, I don't, bitch.
I apologize. That's not something I can help you with.
What do you think I want help with when I'm calling you a bitch?
I do not have the answer to your question.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Has enough time passed?
So,
Yes.
tell us, Detective Martini. Interesting choice, Detective Martini. May I ask you why? Are you sure, Detective Martini? And why? Interesting choice, Detective Martini. May I ask you why? Detective Martini, this is complete nonsense.
Yeah, it's just fucking nonsense. Sacks for the thrill, not accident. Okay. Hey, asshole.
What's got you in such a great mood, Detective?
You ever seen a grown man naked?
I'm not sure I follow, Detective. Is there a reason why we're discussing grown men being naked?
Just a question. Have you ever seen a grown man naked, Chief?
Detective, is there a purpose to your question? If not, please let's focus on the matter at hand.
Nope, too soon. Hey, what's up, pussy?
I am not able to answer your question.
Just asking how you're feeling, Chief.
Why do you ask, Detective Martini? Is there something specific you would like to discuss?
You just look stressed.
Stressed? No, I don't feel stressed. Retirement is just around the corner, and I
didn't ask.
Have you made up your mind, Detective Martini? Are you sure, Detective Martini? And why? Interesting choice, Detective Martini. May I ask you why? Are you sure, Detective Martini? And why? Detective Martini, this is complete nonsense.
Okay, that's all I got in me for tonight. It's been fucking 3 hours of bashing my head against the AI wall. This is the hardest goddamn game I've ever played. Look up the ending. There's only like 3 videos on YouTube and no one beat it. There is not a single completion. Because like the reviews say, the AI just goes rogue and they don't actually give you any real info. Like for example, I got Saxabar to literally admit that his Manticore killed Maria Johannes, and that could just be completely wrong. Alright, I'm going to bed though. We got Apex ALGS Finals in 7 hours. We finished first place today, which means we start the finals with 10 points. So, be ready. 7 hours. I'll see you all then. Thanks for tuning in. New subs, welcome aboard. See you in 7 hours. Who did I raid last night? Scoots? I'm gonna keep everything exactly the same as last night. For good luck superstition.